Chapter 1170. Arakuni's people directly went to the door and forced the abdication in such a strong state. However, Langu and the others were not sure who Lan Yuyan wanted them to hand over. Could it be that Lan Yuyan already knew that the 5 elders of the 5 poisons were hiding here? The strange thing was, how did they know? It was impossible for them to know. Could it be that they wanted to gain something without risking anything and use it to get information from them? However, Langu thought about it again. If that was the case, then everything made sense. Even Li Zongjiu personally took action. It was impossible for the 5 elders to escape last night. Moreover, they even cut off the 5 elders' arms. According to the 5 elders' own words, they were attacked by a swordsman last night. That was why they fled in such a sorry state. Who knew that they would end up like this? With an arm cut off, if they did not use a secret technique, it would be difficult for them to escape from the swordsman. The most dangerous place was the safest place. The other party must have thought that the 5 elders had left Kuan Castle. However, after they turned around and returned to the Shuekuan's mansion, they happened to be right under the other party's nose. No one would have thought. From the looks of it now, it was obvious that this was Li Zongjiu's scheme. He wanted to let them escape. Now they brought people to seal off the Shuekuan's front, back, left, and right. If they captured the 5 poisons elders on the spot, wouldn't it mean that the Shuekuan's family colluded with the 5 poisons and directly captured them on the spot? However, it was too late to get rid of the 5 elders now. Therefore, no matter what, they could not let Lan Yuyan rush in with people. Immediately, Langu looked at Lan Yuyan with a mocking expression. Lan Yuyan, don't forget that I'm the current acting city lord. You brought so many people here. Are you trying to rebel? Langu took this time to reveal his identity as the city lord. What's more, now is the time for the city lord candidate selection. Could it be that the people of Arakuni want to find a random reason to manipulate the situation and let the Arakuni completely control Kuan Castle? Aren't we Shuekuan's people from the Lan family? Langu said loudly. Obviously, at this time, he could only forcefully change the situation and shift his attention to other places. In this way, he could more or less delay some time. At least, he would not be exposed immediately. There would always be some variables that would appear. My ancient Kuan lineage voluntarily withdraws from the competition. Lan Jiangxue from Gu Kuan's faction said. Gu Kuan's faction would naturally not let go of such a lively event. Moreover, they directly stated that they would not participate in the selection. Now, only Kuan Erasure and Lan Wujiang were left. Lan Jiangxue did not think that she would become the city lord candidate. She just wanted to give herself some pressure and train herself. However, when she saw Kuan Erasure jump down from the city walls, she knew that if there was anyone in Kuan Castle who could become the next city lord, it would be Kuan Erasure. Moreover, Kuan Erasure also survived under such circumstances. The divine bravery he displayed on the battlefield was definitely not something that the people of Shuekuan's faction could compare to. Lan Yuyan was about to say something, but Kuan Erasure directly walked forward. In that case, only you and I are left. I, Kuan Erasure, will fight for Arakuni. Today we will know who the Shuekuan's faction will send. Kuan Erasure said indifferently. A wave of heroic spirit rushed straight to the sky. Little Kuan, can you hold on? Lan Yuyan saw Kuan Erasure walk out and could not help but frown. Kuan Erasure also suffered a lot of injuries just now. If he were to fight with his opponent now, he would obviously be at a disadvantage. Kuan Erasure waved his hand, indicating that this situation did not matter to him. Immediately, his body moved slightly. After moving a little, he took out the 1,000 slaughter sword. Kuan Erasure also knew that he could not let these people of Shuekuan's faction continue to delay. Now, these people were grasping at the last straw, so they wanted to continue to hold on. Therefore, Kuan Erasure came now to completely cut off these people's last straw of hope. Cut off these people's escape route. Langu saw Kuan Erasure walk out and smiled coldly. As expected, he was fooled. Young people nowadays really had no self-control. They couldn't hold it in. What happened after that was easy to deal with. As long as Lan Wujiang killed Kun Erasure, he would naturally become the candidate for the city lord. Coupled with his position as the acting city lord, Arakuni would not be able to touch them at all. Therefore, what they needed to do now was to eliminate Kun Erasure. It was such a good opportunity, and it just so happened that the people of the three factions were all here. Naturally, there was nothing to say. It was in accordance with the rules of the challenge election. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lan Wujiang tidied up his clothes. In terms of life, Lan Wujiang seemed to be an exquisite person. Everyone retreated. In the front yard, they saw the two young talents about to engage in a head-on confrontation. Lan Wujiang's weapon was a stone fan. The stone fan itself was also made of Kun stone, but only the ribs of the fan were made of Kun stone. The surface of the fan was made of extremely sharp black iron. The two were a perfect fit. The combination of each rib and fan blade was ingenious and incomparably exquisite. Such a stone fan, without the craftsmanship of a master, was absolutely impossible to create. Kun Erasure held the Thousand Slaughter sword, looking at the pretentious man in front of him with a face full of displeasure. This thing dawdled all day long, making him look like a spotless person who fell from the sky. Therefore, it was extremely annoying to watch. Now, the two of them finally confronted each other. It was a good time to vent. Since it was a duel between the two sides, the referee was also the sixth elder of Gu Kuan's faction, Lan Tianjun. Lan Tianjun stood between the two and observed their state. Kun Erasure had just fought a great battle. Although his body was still injured, his fighting spirit was overflowing. Therefore, he had a certain advantage. On the other hand, Lan Wujiang was full of confidence. He did not put Kun Erasure in his eyes. Therefore, his eyes were full of arrogance. Let's begin. Lan Wujiang seemed to be impatient to defeat Kun Erasure and then do his own thing. For him, defeating Kun Erasure was as easy as flipping his hand. Therefore, he did not want to waste too much time. Lan Kun, on the other hand, was staring at the mist river in front of him. There was only viciousness in his eyes and nothing else. When fighting, there was no need to talk so much nonsense to bluff. All he needed to do was to defeat his opponent. Both sides stop. The duel begins. As soon as the voice fell, Kun Arashi's body erupted with an aura that could change the color of heaven and earth. Chapter 1171. The aura that surged out from Kun Arashi's body stunned Lan Wujiang for a moment. In the moment of hesitation, Kun Erasure had already slashed out with his sword. This sword strike seemed to have drawn upon the power of hell. Boom! The overbearing sword aura attacked Lan Wujiang. Lan Wujiang was also under the attack of this sword. He opened the folding fan in his hand, but only heard a muffled sound. Bang! The folding fan in Lan Wujiang's hand was instantly shattered into pieces. He also retreated a few dozen steps. What? Everyone was shocked. Lan Wujiang's eyes were also filled with disbelief. When did Kun Arashi's strength become so strong? No, it wasn't just because of Kun Arashi's strength. It was also because of the sword in Kun Arashi's hand. Everything was strange because of the sword in Kun Arashi's hand. Many experts could already tell that the sword in Kun Arashi's hand was extremely powerful. That sharp intent was also a relatively dangerous aura to them. If such a treasured sword was in my hands, I would be able to unleash its true power. Lan Wujiang condensed his own elemental energy and blocked Kun Arashi's sudden attack. However, the elemental energy defense was gradually broken under Kun Arashi's sword. One could clearly see that Kun Erasure was slowly breaking through Lan Wujiang's defense. Suddenly, Lan Wujiang shot out a few hidden weapons from his sleeve. Swish, swish, swish. Following the explosion of the hidden weapons, they shot towards Kun Arashi's head. They even directly penetrated Kun Arashi's elemental energy defense. However, at the last crucial moment, these 3 poisonous arrows directly stopped in front of Kuan Arashi's forehead. Mental power? Lan Wujiang didn't expect that Kuan Arashir had cultivated his mental power to such a level. Go! Kuan Arashir didn't answer Lan Wujiang's words. He directly deflected the 3 poisonous arrows. His mental power easily deflected the 3 arrows. Lan Wujiang hurriedly leaned back and narrowly dodged the 3 arrows. A blood-red light erupted from the 10,000 slaughter sword. The moment Misty Mist River's figure retreated, a sword light chased after him. Boom! The sword cut off one of Lan Wujiang's legs. Blood spurted out on the spot, and Lan Wujiang's entire body fell to the ground. Bang! 1,000 slaughter sword, go! After Mist River fell to the ground, Lan Kuan had no intention of stopping. He directly pushed the 1,000 slaughter sword in his hand towards Mist River. Chi! The 1,000 slaughter sword pierced Lan Wujiang's chest. At the same time, the 1,000 slaughter sword instantly devoured all the blood in Lan Wujiang's body. Lan Wujiang's body was reduced to a pile of skin and bones, falling to the ground. When Kuan Arashir killed Lan Wujiang, he didn't hesitate at all. Even the rest of the people didn't show any signs. How could there be such a big gap? After being penetrated by the sword, Lan Wujiang's appearance could no longer be seen clearly. After killing Lan Wujiang, he took back the 1,000 slaughter sword. There was no trace of blood on it. It was clean. When everyone saw this scene, they were all amazed. Lan Yuyan looked at the decisive Kuan Arashir, and a trace of splendor bloomed in her eyes. As expected of her younger brother, now it seemed that Kuan Arashir had truly grown up. If he was properly nurtured in the future, it would only be a matter of time before he became the master of Kuan Castle. Sorry, I didn't stop for a moment. Who told this kid to use hidden weapons? Kuan Arashir said indifferently. At the same time, he looked at Langu and the others in front of him with a threatening gaze, with a trace of provocation in his eyes. Lan Wujiang and Lan Shueha secretly colluded with the 5 poisons and used them to harm the people of Kuan Castle. I, Kuan Arashir, as the young master of Kuan Castle, order the people of the 3 branches to gather and kill the 5 poisons tomorrow. Elder Langu, you don't mind leading the way for us, right? Kuan Arashir won and naturally became the next master of Kuan Castle. However, the master was still in a coma and had not stepped down. When the time was right, Kuan Arashir would naturally become the master of Kuan Castle. Now that he was the young master of the city, there was nothing wrong with it. When he heard that Kuan Arashir wanted to organize people to kill the 5 poisons, Lan Shueha felt very uncomfortable. Lan Gu didn't know what to feel in his heart, but he was thinking about how to deal with Lan Kuan. Only by killing some people would they have a chance to survive. Now that Arakuni's people had too much of an advantage, they didn't even have the slightest chance. Since they wanted to kill the 5 poisons, it was naturally a good opportunity. Of course, Langu didn't directly say what he was thinking, nor did he show it. If he was seen through, then he wouldn't be able to survive. The position of the candidate had also been decided. The reason why they wanted to kill the 5 poisons was to give Zhao Lei of the Blue Tiger Army an explanation. These people were clearly a group of people who wanted to rebel and cause more damage to the Xingyan dynasty. As long as they caught these people and cleaned them up, this matter would be solved. At least Zhao Lei would be able to give an explanation when he returned. In addition, today's fierce battle between Zhao Lei and the Green Dragon Army had also left the Green Dragon Army scratching their heads. How did things become like this? Now that the Green Dragon Army was retreating further and further, the ranks of the remaining generals were unknown. However, they were definitely not people from the Hua family. This was because the people from the Hua family didn't dare to show themselves again. They hid among the troops obediently and only sent someone to the Green Dragon Army's headquarters to report the situation after retreating for 100 miles. In fact, the internal struggle of Kuan Castle was very simple. Whoever was stronger would win. No amount of schemes and tricks would work. Just like now, Kuan Erasure had killed Lan Wujiang in front of everyone. So what? Come if you have the ability. In front of so many Yuan Huang experts, you couldn't do anything at all. You didn't even dare to move. Arakuni's people all retreated. Lengu looked at Lan Wujiang's corpse and fell silent. It seemed that now wasn't the time for the Shui Kuan faction. Lan Wujiang, whom they had painstakingly nurtured, had set up such a good trap, but in the end it had been easily dismantled by the other side. Ever since they knew that Li Zongjiu had come, Lengu and the others no longer had the slightest desire to fight. However, there was still a way to vent this matter. It was the people of the Five Poisons. The Elder Five, who was in charge of communicating with Lengu, had been hiding in the secret room all this time. When he saw Lengu and the others coming down with sullen faces, the Elder Five was surprised. "What's the situation outside?" the Elder Five asked. "The situation is very good. I just need your help." "What help?" "Lend me your head." Chapter 1172. Kuan Erasure and the others were going to attack the Five Poisons. Li Zongjiu also accompanied them. The strength of the Five Poisons was not simple. It would not be easy to deal with them. It was inevitable that some accidents would occur. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also went with them. The reason why they came to Kuan Castle was to help Kuan Erasure. At the same time, it was to prevent Kuan Castle from being wiped out by the Xingyan dynasty. In his previous life, Kuan Castle had been wiped out. After the Xingyan dynasty made a ruthless move, these people had no chance to escape. Once the various factions within the dynasty had stabilized, they would naturally start to take care of these uncertain factors. If one's strength was not strong enough, being wiped out was something that would happen sooner or later. As for the reason, when it came to taking care of you, there was no need for too many reasons. The encirclement operation this time was also led by the Arakuni elder, Lan Yi. At the same time, the Blue Tiger Army and Kuan Castle city guards had also joined forces. This time, they had joined forces under a common name, which was to wipe out the rebels. To kill these people. Most of the experts within the Five Poisons had been sent out. No matter what the current situation was, it had been a long time since they had received any feedback. When the leader of the Five Poisons remembered, he wanted to send someone to investigate the situation. Why was there no progress after such a long time? In the end, he was informed that two large armies had come to kill them. The people of Kuan Castle and the people of the Blue Tiger Army. They had joined forces to seal off the entire Five Poisons mountain. The Five Poisons were hiding here. They were only 120 li away from Kuan Castle. Advancing at full speed, the army had arrived in less than 4 hours. Some of them had just returned to the Five Poisons because they had just completed the mission of ambushing the Green Dragon Army. This mission was much more difficult than they had imagined. After the successful sneak attack, the Five Poisons had suffered injuries. Although they had expected the Green Dragon Army to be powerful, they did not expect the Green Dragon Army to react so quickly. Thus, although they had escaped quickly, they had also suffered great losses and heavy injuries. The remaining troops brought the news back to the Five Poisons. The sect master of the Five Poisons, Gao Hun, was shocked when he heard this news. However, Gao Hun's eyes soon revealed a look of disdain. They are simply seeking their own death. I want half of these people to die before they even reach my Five Poisons mountain. The Five Poisons had occupied this place for so many years. They had done a very good job of keeping it secret. At the same time, they had already turned the Five Poisons mountain into a place of no return. To the enemy, they would definitely be able to feel the terror of the Five Poisons mountain. Just the poison array set up on the Five Poisons mountain was enough to bury an army of 100,000. Lengu and the others were also in the crowd. At this moment, they did not have the opportunity to inform anyone. They could only obediently follow. Careful, there is a poison array ahead. Li Zongjiu raised his hand to stop the advancing troop. Zhao Lei hurriedly gave the order for the people behind to stop. This array is quite exquisite. Li Zongjiu glanced at the layout of the poison array in front of him. This array of interlocking rings was not something that could be set up by ordinary people. On the 5 Poisons Mountain, Gao Hun led the remaining experts of the 5 Poisons. At this moment, all of them had gathered on the 5 Poisons Mountain and were staring at the huge formation below. With so many people gathered together, they could be clearly seen even from several miles away. Sect Master, they are about to enter our 5 Poisons Chain Soul Tracking Array. Once they enter, immediately activate the array. Not a single one of them will be able to escape. Is it so easy to break into my 5 Poisons? In addition to the experts of the 5 Poisons, there were hundreds of other disciples of the 5 Poisons. They all felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They were waiting for Li Zongjiu and the others to come up the mountain and die. However, after a while, the army still did not move. Only one person had entered the array and triggered the array's reaction. It seems that these people are not stupid. Since they want to send one person to die first, then we will fulfill their wish. The 5 of you quickly activate the array. Yes, Sect Master. Immediately, the 5 elders directly circulated their yuan qi and controlled the array. Immediately, the poison array was activated. Kun Erashur and the others immediately saw black fog rise up in front of them. They did not know where the thick black fog came from. It condensed in an instant and immediately appeared in front of them. Then, everyone continuously retreated and looked at the scene in front of them with shock and vigilance. These gases contain highly toxic poison. You must not breathe them in. To an elemental force cultivator, if they were to inhale this poisonous gas, it would greatly affect their own cultivation. They would rather be slashed by a blade than be poisoned. Ordinary people were also unwilling to choose to cultivate poison technique. After all, after cultivating this poison, it would definitely have adverse effects on one's body. There might even be some strange changes. However, these poison techniques were a way to quickly increase one's strength. Many people were even more reluctant to give up on them. Who would not want to be able to quickly become an expert? Even if there was a certain amount of risk, so what? Imperial Tutor will be fine, right? When Zhao Lei saw the situation, he could not help but be shocked. Just now, Li Zongjiu had already determined that there was a poison array and even a trap in front of them. However, now that the poison array was activated, it was unexpectedly powerful. No one dared to imagine what would happen if the army was trapped in this poison array. No one knew what would happen. The number of people who could survive would definitely not exceed 1%. In fact, it would be considered a lot if 100 people could survive in the end. Don't worry, I will go and check it out, Kun Erashur said. With the 10,000 slaughter sword in hand, he was already a terrifying existence among the evil gases. Therefore, the poisonous gases would have less effect on Kun Erashur. Before Lan Yi could agree, Kun Erashur had already rushed into the poison array. Seeing this, Lan Yi did not say anything. However, Kun Arashi's action was indeed a little impulsive. Rushing in like this was an extremely dangerous thing to do. However, Kun Arashi's identity was different now. The title of young city lord was not enough. Of course, he needed to do something to increase his reputation in Kun Castle and raise his status and reputation. This was also another reason why Kun Erashur decided to bring people to kill the 5 poisons so quickly. It was equivalent to getting rid of the evil in Kun Castle. At the same time, it would also add a bit of glory to Kun Erashur. Otherwise, it would be difficult for others to accept you with just a name. In front of Li Zongjiu, several terrifying poisonous beasts formed by the poisonous gases rushed towards him. Originally, Li Zongjiu wanted to burn the poison array in front of him with fire. However, he suddenly became interested in this array. Therefore, he allowed these poisonous beasts to take shape. Chapter 1173. The poisonous beast itself also carried a terrifying power. Coupled with the eruption of its poison, the moment it erupted, it was enough to render everything within a radius of 10,000 miles into a state where not even a blade of grass could grow. Boom! A cloud of poisonous fog appeared in Li Zhongzhou's palm. More than a dozen poisonous gases exploded around Li Zhongzhou's body, but Li Zhongzhou kept reaching out and grasping the poisonous gases in his hand. Found it! Li Zhongzhou's eyes immediately locked onto a direction in the thick black fog, and he threw a punch in that direction with all his might. Suddenly, the surrounding black poisonous gas could be seen rapidly shrinking. In the end, something fell to the ground with a thud. It was something similar to a bugle horn, but it was only the size of a palm. The terrifying poison array just now had also erupted from this bugle horn. Lan Yi and the others behind also saw Li Zhongzhou's actions. When they saw that Li Zhongzhou was safe and sound, and that he had already broken the poison array in less than 10 minutes, everyone was immediately shocked. They also had a deeper understanding of Li Zhongzhou's strength. This guy was really terrifying. Why are you here too? Li Zhongzhou looked at Kuan Erashur beside him. Obviously, Kuan Arashi's body was also injured by the opponent's poison array, but Kuan Erashur also quickly forced the poisonous gas out of his body. It turned into a few drops of poisonous blood and dripped on the ground, immediately corroding a big hole in the ground. Aren't I here to help you? Kuan Erashur was a little embarrassed. He originally came to help, but he didn't help at all. However, in the confrontation just now, Kuan Erashur also became more proficient in using his 1,000 slaughter sword. Originally, Kuan Erashur had already completed the City Lord candidate's trial and wanted to return the 1,000 slaughter sword to Li Zhongzhou, but Li Zhongzhou just waved his hand and took the 1,000 slaughter sword as a congratulatory gift. Kuan Erashur naturally wouldn't be polite. Li Zhongzhou was never stingy with him, but sometimes he was a little strict and harsh. However, that was also a good thing for Kuan Erashur. In fact, Li Zhongzhou was also guiding Kuan Erashur. If it wasn't for Li Zhongzhou taking care of Kuan Erashur, he estimated that in these 2 years, at most, he would have become a relatively simple and ordinary genius in the Heavenly Star Medicine manner. He would have made a little reputation in the Heavenly Star Medicine manner, but it would be quickly covered up. In the end, there wouldn't be much improvement. These achievements couldn't let Kuan Erashur go too far, but under the influence of Li Zhongzhou, Kuan Arashi's strength and talent were extremely strong. Even the achievements he had now were not something that ordinary people could achieve. Let's continue forward. Li Zhongzhou put away the poison array horn. This thing was worth studying in the future. It was equivalent to a kind of array disk. As long as it was activated with spirit energy, it could arrange an array. However, this thing itself was very dangerous. If it wasn't used properly, it could directly envelop oneself. After all, the poison array didn't have eyes. On 5 Poisons Mountain, when the poison array was broken, and even the props used to arrange the array were taken away by Li Zhongzhou, the 5 elders in charge of controlling the array were dumbfounded. Sect leader, our 5 Poisons horn was taken away by him. What? You are all trash. That is our sect's treasure. How could it be taken away by someone else? You are all trash and rice buckets. After hearing such news, how could they not be angry and furious? Gao Hun was not hungry at all. He killed all the people in front of him with a palm strike. How could they do such a stupid thing? They couldn't even keep an eye on things. This person seems to be extremely proficient in array formations. We didn't even see clearly, and he had already broken the array and taken away our treasures. The elders were also quite aggrieved. No one could have expected such a thing to happen. It was simply too unexpected. It seemed that in the end, the array was no longer controlled by them, but by Li Zhongzhou. So they invited an expert. It seems like they came prepared. Inform everyone to activate the Heaven and Earth Poison Tracking Array. All disciples are to enter the array. We must make these people pay the price and know the power of the 5 poisons, Gao Hun ordered. At this point, even if they wanted to escape, it was too late. Moreover, the battle hadn't even started. How could they just run away like this? If they did that, they would be too spineless. Yes, sect leader. Although he had already ordered his subordinates to fight, Gao Hun thought about it carefully. The other party had come prepared, and there was even the shadow of the Imperial army. If they were to fight head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. There might even be some experts hidden in the other party's camp. They had to find an opportunity to escape. He didn't expect that the people of the Shui Kuan faction in Kuan Castle would be so sinister and cunning. They put in effort to help him solve the problem, but in the end, he actually treated the 5 poisons in such a way. This made Gao Hun very unhappy. After he was safe, he must find time to take revenge on the people of the Shui Kuan faction. Lan Yi and Zhao Lei led a large group of people into the depths of the mountains. Suddenly, a white fog rose in the surroundings. Within 5 meters, they couldn't see each other. All of a sudden, a knife slashed at him. Enemy! Suddenly, the people in the army were in chaos. They didn't even know where the cold knife came from. At the beginning, the 2 groups of people were also in chaos. Everyone formed groups of 3. Back to back, and face the enemy from 3 sides. Zhao Lei's voice traveled through the white fog. Just as Zhao Lei gave the order, many disciples of the 5 poisons raised the poison swords in their hands and stabbed towards Zhao Lei. Every sword was extremely poisonous. Fortunately, the experts by Zhao Lei's side weren't to be trifled with. They blocked the people who rushed forward. The sharp-eyed Zhao Lei saw that someone was actually moving towards Li Zongjiu. He immediately pulled out his sword and threw it out. Instantly, the person's head was chopped off. Pung! Blood splattered. Protect the Imperial tutor. Li Zongjiu's strength was strong, and he had enough strength to protect himself. However, it didn't mean that Zhao Lei and the others didn't need to protect Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was the current Imperial tutor. If these small fries needed the help of the Imperial tutor, it would be too shameful for the soldiers. Immediately, Zhao Lei's guards surrounded Li Zongjiu to protect him. The disciples of the 5 poisons who came from all directions were blocked. Knowing that this was a tough spot, they quickly gave up on dealing with Li Zongjiu and continued to attack the others. Everyone, continue forward and rush out of the fog. It was easy to be set up in the mountains. Once the surrounding things couldn't be seen clearly, it would become very dangerous. Sometimes there might even be situations where people on the same side would attack each other. Chapter 1174. The White Fog Bewildering Formation and the sneak attack of the 5 poisons disciples did not obstruct the advance of the Blue Tiger Army and Kuan Castle's army. After receiving Zhao Lei's order, he became even more determined. He followed the voice and headed up the mountain. Along the way, he killed his way over. In less than an hour, he had already charged to the 5 poison sects' mountain gate. Most of the people managed to kill their way out of the encirclement. Towards the end, the attacks of the 5 poisons became very weak, as if they had encountered too strong of a resistance. Moreover, most of the people who managed to charge out turned into corpses. Sect leader, most of our people are dead. A subordinate ran to Gao Hun to report. Gao Hun naturally knew that the good-for-nothings under the 5 poisons would not be able to stop the advance of these people. However, he did not expect these people to be so determined to kill their way up. What else can we do? Quickly escape from the secret passage. When we regroup in the future and make a comeback, we will kill Kuan Castle. We must make the Xingyan dynasty pay the price. After Gao Hun's righteous speech, he actually told everyone that they were going to retreat. After the remaining people heard this, they felt that it made sense. If they did not retreat now, when would they be able to retreat? Of course, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Go! The 5 poisons directly escaped from the secret passage in the back mountain. Lan Yi and Zhao Lei led the army into the territory of the five poisons. Some of the disciples did not even have time to escape before they were all captured. They were put on the ground and easily dealt with. There were also some people who wanted to resist. However, they were all killed as well. In just 1 hour's time, the entire five poison sect had been captured and looted clean. Speak, where are your sect leader and the others hiding? Lang Zhu said coldly. Kuan Castle was powerful and did not allow these people of the five poisons to disobey. When they killed their way out, these people no longer had the chance to resist. We found a secret passage in the back mountain. Kuan Castle's army came to report. It was not easy for them to kill their way to the mountain gate, but in the end, they did not find the main culprit. If they did not capture a few important people, how could they report back? If they brought all of these people back, it would not be enough to report back. No one would be convinced, no matter what. Zhao Lei and Lan Yi immediately led their people and killed their way out. Li Zongjiu strolled around the five poisons. Basically, everything that could be moved had been captured and detained in the main hall. Li Zongjiu was extremely curious about how the five poisons were able to take out something like the five poisons bugle horn. He used his mental power to search the area of the five poisons and immediately found a forbidden area that originally belonged to the five poisons. Come here, where is this place? Li Zongjiu casually pointed at a person of the five poisons, who was immediately detained by the Blue Tiger army. When the imperial tutor asked questions, if they did not answer, they would be slapped. The thing in front of them seemed to be an altar made of stone. Moreover, there were extremely complicated patterns engraved on the walls. Quickly reply to the Lord, a soldier said fiercely. He raised his hand and was about to slap the person. The person was so frightened that he nodded his head repeatedly. Are replying to the Lord, this is the altar bestowed by the god of our sect. Only the sect leader and the five elders can open it. It can only be opened once a year. There will be treasures or formation books inside. There was such a magical place. The soldier immediately slapped him across the face. Don't talk nonsense with me. If you don't behave, I will chop off your head right now. Since the Lord asked you a question, you should answer honestly. The soldier's fierce appearance caused the person to feel a considerable amount of fear. He immediately trembled in fear. I don't dare to lie, I don't dare to lie. What I said is absolutely true, absolutely true. This person of the five poisons also repeatedly shouted. All right, take him away. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. With this identity and status, it was easier to do things. All he needed to do was to give an order. Li Zongjiu didn't believe that there was some kind of mysterious power that could automatically spit out treasures. Even after 3,000 years, he still wouldn't believe it. The only explanation was that there was something below that could store treasures. Li Zongjiu injected his own yuan power into the formation in front of him. Immediately, the candles around the altar seemed to be constantly vibrating. Boom! With the injection of yuan power, the candles also lit up involuntarily. Immediately, Li Zongjiu increased the injection of yuan power. In an instant, it became abnormally fierce and terrifying. The candlesticks in the altar immediately surged with extremely bright light. The candles were constantly being consumed. It was enough to see that this kind of power was constantly condensing. At the same time, there seemed to be a force in the altar that was being activated. However, there seemed to be a layer of restriction. In fact, this restriction also came from a formation. Li Zongjiu directly took out the black dragon hammer. I'm too lazy to bother with you. I just want to see what exactly is inside you. Then, Li Zongjiu directly hammered down with the black dragon hammer in his hand. Boom! The power that erupted from the black dragon hammer shook the entire mountain range. The five poisons mountain shook violently. Some of the buildings that originally belonged to the five poisons also collapsed at this moment. It was as if this altar was the vein of the entire five poisons mountain. If this vein was destroyed, it was equivalent to the entire 5 Poisons Mountain being destroyed. However, Li Zongjiu did not care about this. So what if this 5 Poisons Mountain was destroyed? Today, he wanted to see what kind of ability this thing had that it actually dared to go against Li Zongjiu. Boom! Another hammer strike. This time, the mysterious altar was also blasted into smithereens. Boom! The entire altar was directly torn apart. At this moment, a crack appeared on the wall that was engraved with strange patterns. Following this situation in front of him, Li Zongjiu also smiled slightly. What kind of rules and restrictions are there? As long as you have enough power, you can break the rules and break all restrictions. Now, although Li Zongjiu's power did not dare to say that he could ignore the rules between heaven and earth, at the very least, this mere altar in the mountain could not stop Li Zongjiu's footsteps. Below the altar seemed to be an empty world. A dark and dim power swallowed the surrounding light. In this endless darkness, a ball of light suddenly surged out. It was a glowing object. When this glowing object appeared, Li Zongjiu directly reached out and snatched it. Swoosh! It was heavy. From its appearance, it seemed to be a book. Chapter 1175. It was a book. Li Zongjiu quietly waited for the light from the book in his hand to dissipate. Then, he saw the contents of the book. General Book on Arrays? When Li Zongjiu saw these words, his eyes immediately lit up. He never thought that he would be able to find this incomplete book on arrays under such circumstances. It was simply a lucky hit. Li Zongjiu immediately flipped through the contents of the book. He found that the first half of the book was exactly the same as the one in his hand. However, the latter half and 1/3 of the first half could be flipped through. Moreover, the contents that appeared were all new. With Li Zongjiu's knowledge, the contents recorded in the latter half of the book had already surpassed the limits of the Holy Martial Continent. It seems that this thing belongs to the Holy Martial Realm. Li Zongjiu looked at the general book on arrays in his hand. There were still 3 pages missing. According to the description, one of the 3 pages had turned into the 5 Poisons horn in Li Zongjiu's hand. It seemed that the contents of the general book on arrays contained some treasures on arrays. It was even possible that the book itself was a treasure on arrays. Only by deciphering the arrays on it could one obtain the contents and treasures within. Li Zongjiu had never come across such a miraculous method in his previous life. As for the incomplete book on arrays in Li Zongjiu's hands, it was only a copy. Li Zongjiu put away the general book on arrays in his hand. At the very least, he would have something to study. The remaining 2 pages that are missing should also be treasures that belong to this book. Since it's mine, how can I let others take it away? Li Zongjiu immediately sneered. The 5 poisons had brought him great joy. It even made Li Zongjiu a little excited. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, Gao Hun and the others were besieging them. They were also fighting with Lan Yi and the others. The 5 elders beside Gao Hun were very powerful. Moreover, Gao Hun had an item in his hand that emitted light and aura that could create illusions in this space. Within a radius of 100 li, illusions could appear at any time, anywhere. This made it impossible for Lan Yi and the other experts to take down the other party. Langu was also fighting with all his might. Suddenly, Lan Yi discovered that the surrounding space had changed. The 5 poisons, Gao Hun, and 2 other elder-level experts had appeared. And there was only Langu by Lan Yi's side. Does your Lan family have to be so ruthless? Today, I'll fight you to the death. Lan Yi sneered as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for the 2 people on his side to hold on. He still had this much confidence. A huge desolate koan appeared behind Lan Yi. As the desolate koan's brilliance flowed, it turned into a pair of wings and stuck to Lan Yi's back. At this moment, Lan Yi's speed had increased by dozens of times. You 5 poisons are too presumptuous. You're too arrogant. Today, you'll definitely die. Lan Yi said. I think the one who's going to die is you. As soon as Gao Hun's voice fell, Langu, who had been beside Lan Yi, attacked. Whoosh! The sword attacked, and it was a poisonous sword that carried a highly poisonous substance. The sword stabbed Lan Yi's wing. Immediately, the original spirit in Lan Yi's body seemed to have gone berserk. It quickly escaped, and in the end, it twisted and turned back to its original state with a bang. Langu Yu. Lan Yi was seriously injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe it, but at this moment, he was extremely vexed. How could he believe this kind of thing? After all, the 5 poisons were recruited by Langu's group. I forgot to tell you. This sword is called the Vitality Devouring Sword. Anyone who is stabbed by this Vitality Devouring Sword will have their original spirit greatly damaged, and their original spirit destroyed. The way I see it, that sword strike just now is enough to destroy your primordial spirit. Langu laughed loudly. Not only did he want to destroy these Arakuni people, but he also wanted to destroy their original spirit. In the future, there would only be Shui Kuan's branch left in Kuan Castle. Wouldn't that be great? Shui Kuan's branch was the only one in Kuan Castle. Shui Kuan was the strongest original spirit. He was the one who could obtain the true inheritance. Hee, you're indeed my good friend. Gao Hun stretched out his hand and waved. The 2 elders by his side actually disappeared. They had been nothing more than illusions. The true meaning of this battle lay in Lan Gu's sword. Killing Lan Yi was equivalent to severely injuring the Arakuni branch. There wouldn't be any more problems in the future. There wouldn't be any more experts appearing in Arakuni. The remaining group of people didn't pose any threat to Langu. He could slowly eliminate them. You guys quickly escape. After I take control of Kuan Castle, I'll arrange for you guys to come back. Langu said indifferently. Good, you're indeed the vice-sect leader of the 5 poisons. Ha! Gao Hun laughed loudly. At the same time, Langu prepared to stab Lan Yi, who was still in a state of shock, to death. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly shattered. Then, an extremely domineering sword chi was suddenly released. Boom! Thousand slaughter extermination. Terrifying sword aura swept out, breaking the illusory barrier right away. It was none other than Lan Kuan who was charging at him. Elder. Langu, you're courting death. Kuan Erasure saw Lan Yi lying on the ground. When he saw Langu's actions, he knew that Langu wanted to kill Elder Lan Yi. Fortunately, Kuan Erasure came in time. It's all because of you, you damn thing. You ruined my great plan. Immediately, Langu waved the Origin Devourer sword in his hand and charged towards Kuan Erasure. Kuan Erasure didn't hold back. In terms of weapons, Kuan Arashi's Thousand Slaughter sword was obviously stronger than his opponent's Origin Devourer sword. However, Langu was able to suppress Kuan Erasure in terms of elemental energy. After a moment of confrontation, Kuan Erasure was forced back. The Shui Kuan faction has betrayed us. Everyone, retreat first. Kuan Erasure helped Lan Yi up. The expert from the White Deer Mansion, the spirit of the sword, blocked Langu and Gao Hun by himself. Retreat. Senior spirit of the sword had a broken sword in his hand, but it was able to release an extremely terrifying aura. Even the 2 experts in front of him had no choice but to retreat. I'd like to see where you can escape to. Zhao Lei was covering everyone's retreat. However, the array seemed to have changed the surrounding space. They couldn't even recognize their surroundings and were trapped in the array, unable to escape. Not good, we're all trapped in the array. Senior spirit of the sword, use the Thousand Slaughter sword. Kuan Erasure threw the Thousand Slaughter sword in his hand to the spirit of the sword. The strongest person present was the spirit of the sword. Although the attributes of their weapons were different, they could display the same power. The spirit of the sword, holding the Thousand Slaughter sword, also felt a surge of power. However, before the spirit of the sword made a move, a terrifying power came from the sky. It was as if the sky above them had become a glass cover. At this moment, there was a power that was crushing the glass cover. Boom! The illusion was broken. Chapter 1176. The illusory space was broken. At this moment, a mirror in Gao Hun's arms suddenly emitted an extremely hot energy, directly forcing Gao Hun to throw the mirror out of his arms. Damn it! The energy that erupted just now almost burned the skin on Gao Hun's chest. Is this the second treasure, the illusion disillusionment mirror? Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand, and the mirror that originally belonged to Gao Hun flew directly to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu caught it. He held it in his hand. The illusion disillusionment mirror seemed to want to struggle, but it was restrained by Li Zongjiu's tyrannical mental strength, unable to move. My illusion disillusionment mirror! Gao Hun exclaimed. When he looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him, he felt a sense of dread. The aura of this person in front of him was familiar. Wasn't this the person who had taken away his 5 poison horn? Now, this person had chased after him again, and even took away his illusion disillusionment mirror. Li Zongjiu, do you really think that no one in this world can take you down? Lan Gu was very unhappy with Li Zongjiu's sudden appearance. Did Li Zongjiu really think that he could go anywhere in the world? Did he think that no one could stop him from doing what he wanted? Did he really think that no one could stop him? Was he invincible? Could it be that he had such a beautiful dream? Is he Li Zongjiu? I have heard of your name long ago. Today I want to see if you are really as powerful as the legends say. Gao Hun also looked at Li Zongjiu. Looking at the two of them, it seemed that they still had some tricks up their sleeve. Lan Yi and the others were seriously injured. At this moment, Kun Erasher and the others were also guarding Lan Yi's side. Zhao Lei also brought a few experts to kill. Who would have thought that these people who came to chase after them would end up in such a dangerous situation? In the illusory realm just now, they were not facing a few people, but an army of thousands of people. No one dared to get close to them. They were also extremely afraid. After a few rounds of fighting, they barely managed to save their lives. Later, they found out that it was actually an illusion. What other tricks do you have? Just use them. Li Zongjiu immediately smiled disdainfully. Then, he signaled the people in front of him to attack. Gao Hun and Langu stood side by side. Behind them, there were also 5 elders supporting them. The aura of the 7 people was quite strong. When the people of the Lan family saw that Langu had actually betrayed them, they also completely recognized the nature of this Langu. However, after all, Langu could not represent the entire Shuekuan faction. Even the 2 elders of the Shuekuan faction, Lan Shouxin and Lan Shouyu, did not dare to believe that this Langu in front of them was actually the vice-sect master of the 5 poisons. This was something that they had never thought of before. 5 poison scripture, heavenly poison and earthly destruction chi. Immediately, the 6 people in front of them condensed their yuan chi and hit Langu's body at the same time. At this moment, Langu's body released a terrifying aura. With Langu's strength, it was difficult for him to withstand the injection of such a huge amount of energy. However, the yuan-devouring sword in his hand had a very domineering capacity. No need. Li Zongjiu suddenly raised his hand and gestured behind him. It turned out that senior spirit of the sword saw that Li Zongjiu was fighting empty-handed and wanted to return the myriad slaughter sword to Li Zongjiu. After all, it could be seen from the clash just now that the power of this myriad slaughter sword was above that of the yuan-devouring sword. If it could be used better, it would definitely be able to break through the yuan-devouring sword. Die. Yuan-devouring sword. The fact that Li Zongjiu actually dared to stay still and wait for them to condense their moves made Langu and the others very excited. Those who saw this move for the first time would usually be at a disadvantage. Once the yuan-devouring sword was used, it would be a competition of the yuan qi of both sides. On Li Zongjiu's side, there was only one person. Even if you started cultivating in your mother's womb and ate elixirs every day, there was still a limit to your 10 to 20 years of time. However, there were a total of 7 people on their side, and all of them were at the primitive emperor realm. The 7 primitive emperors attacked. It wasn't a competition of killing moves or treasures, but pure yuan qi, pure accumulation of strength. Let's see if you're afraid. Li Zhongjiu's move would definitely kill him. The few of them were quite excited. After killing Li Zhongjiu, he would be able to take back all of his treasures. By then, these people in front of them would no longer be a threat, and they would all be killed. The sword qi rolled towards Li Zhongjiu. When the sword qi touched Li Zhongjiu, it turned into a long whip like a long rope. A flexible force bound Li Zhongjiu and began to absorb the yuan qi in Li Zhongjiu's body. That's it. Li Zhongjiu naturally saw that this sword was a sword technique that focused on devouring. The main point wasn't to kill, but to eat. Therefore, there was no need to resist at all. Because no matter what, these people in front of him couldn't possibly be his opponent. Not to mention 7, even if 70 of them worked together, their yuan qi wouldn't be Li Zhongjiu's opponent. Boom! As Li Zhongjiu's voice fell, a tyrannical force erupted from the Origin Devourer sword. Langu, Gao Hun, and the others' faces suddenly changed. What's going on? Why did it produce a backlash? At this moment, the Origin Devourer sword was like a scale. It would lean towards whichever side was heavier. Therefore, the strength of Langu and the others was constantly rushing towards Li Zhongjiu's direction. Boom! The Origin Devourer sword really didn't recognize anyone. Gao Hun and the others wanted to break free, but Li Zhongjiu suddenly increased his strength, causing the speed of the yuan qi to become faster. No! Langu roared in grief and despair. He felt that the strength that he had painstakingly cultivated was actually being sucked away by the enemy in an instant. All his efforts were now in vain. He was about to become a cripple. Bang! Bang! Gao Hun gritted his teeth and directly blew off his arm that was slapping on Langu's body. Seeing this, the other 5 elders followed suit. They were lucky enough to escape this calamity. However, just as these people's strength disappeared, Langu's flesh was also easily devoured by the Origin Devourer sword. It was once again turned into energy and transferred into Li Zhongjiu's body. Moreover, the Origin Devourer sword was also very tactful. It directly flew in front of Li Zhongjiu. From the posture of the sword, it seemed to have voluntarily submitted. You are quite clever. Li Zhongjiu grabbed the Origin Devourer sword. At this moment, Langu was already dead, leaving only a shriveled and wrinkled human skin. The rest of Gao Hun and the others were also seriously injured. More than half of their strength had been sucked away just now. Coupled with the loss of an arm, they were even more injured. Most importantly, these people no longer had any other tricks up their sleeve. Kill. Kun Erasher held the 1,000 slaughter sword again and took the lead to kill the people of the 5 poisons. A moment later, the 5 poisons, Gao Hun and the others' heads fell to the ground. Chapter 1177. The problem of the 5 poisons also came to an end today. During this period of time, the problem of the Shui Kun faction wanting to become independent was also solved satisfactorily. With the death of Langu, the troublemaker, everything returned to normal. If Langu was still alive, he would definitely be scared silly by what happened in Kun Castle. It should have been the heavily poisoned castellan of Kun Castle, Lan Yu. He was miraculously revived with full health. Although he couldn't deal with the situation for the time being, at least his injuries had recovered. It was just that he shouldn't overwork himself. He only needed a certain amount of time to recover to his peak condition. After waking up, Lan Yu found out about the recent events from Lan Tianying. He was extremely grateful for Li Zhongjiu's arrival. If it wasn't for Li Zhongjiu, Lan Yu wouldn't have been the only one to die. So many lives of Arakuni's people were lost here. They might even have died. As for the remaining members of the Shui Kun faction, Lan Yu also gave severe punishments. At the same time, he promoted Kun Erasher to the elder's seat. With Koen Arashi's achievements in the past few days and the powerful backing of Li Zongjiu, it was very easy for him to get an elder's seat. Zhao Lei also sent his army to patrol the city. In the end, they retreated safely. This time, the main culprit of the rebellion had been caught. There was no need to continue guarding the city. He could even return early to report back. However, before Zhao Lei left, he went to Li Zongjiu and expressed his desire to join the White Deer Mansion. If you want to join the White Deer Mansion, you have to prove your strength first. If you can settle the Hu family, I will let you join. Li Zongjiu said calmly. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, the Hu family was nothing more than a smelly bug that liked to pop out of its stomach. They posed no threat to him at all. However, Li Zongjiu wouldn't reject such ambitious people from joining the White Deer Mansion. There were always benefits to being stronger. As long as these people were loyal enough, Li Zongjiu wouldn't be soft-hearted if there were any signs of rebellion. Moreover, he had ways to deal with these people. Before you join, you must first have the strength to join. In front of Li Zongjiu, the Hu family was just a small bug that could hardly turn over a new leaf. However, in front of Zhao Lei, the Hu family was still a colossus. Even now, most of the Hu family's experts had been killed. They wouldn't be easy to deal with. However, just as Li Zongjiu had thought, if he couldn't help the White Deer Mansion resolve its problems and resolve these problems, he would be forced to join the White Deer Mansion. Could it be that the White Deer Mansion wanted him to join them for a meal? This wasn't an easy opportunity, but it was also an opportunity. Yes, Zhao Lei. Don't worry. As long as the Hu family is dealt with, I will take care of the follow-up problems. I will give you 1 month. Within this month, you will be able to mobilize the resources of the White Deer Mansion. If you can't complete this task in a month, don't blame me for being merciless. Li Zongjiu said calmly. This method already greatly reduced the difficulty. It was equivalent to Zhao Lei joining the White Deer Mansion in a month. However, he now had to complete a trial mission. If he couldn't complete it, then he could only apologize. Thank you, Sir Imperial Tutor. The Imperial Tutor wasn't serious at all. After all, the Imperial Tutor's title was for the sake of the entire Xingyan dynasty. However, Li Zongjiu didn't seem to have considered this aspect. When he did things, he didn't think that he was the Imperial Tutor of the Xingyan dynasty. He only wanted to achieve his goal. Zhao Lei immediately led the Blue Tiger army to withdraw. At the same time, he started thinking of ways to deal with the Hu family. Based on what Li Zongjiu had said, he wanted to deal with the Hu family. First, he wanted to completely remove the Hu family's position in the army. This way, the Hu family wouldn't be able to pose a threat. It would be difficult for him to control the Green Dragon army. Second, he wanted to get rid of the entire Hu family. This was the only way to avoid future troubles. The Hu family has always been ruthless. This time, let's see how capable you are. Li Zongjiu stayed in Kuan Castle for a few more days. The danger of Kuan Castle had been temporarily resolved. However, there were still more important matters waiting for Kuan Arashir to deal with. 2 days later, Kuan Arashir expressed his thoughts at a family meeting. He wanted to propose marriage to Emperor Xingyan. This matter caused a huge uproar at the family meeting. Even Lan Yuyan looked at Kuan Arashir strangely. You're really something, kid. You actually managed to hook up with the princess. Not bad. You're bold enough. You're like a man. Even his father, Lan Yu, couldn't help but praise him. Of course, it was a happy thing for his child to be able to find someone he loved. However, this person instantly gave Lan Yu a headache. Of all people, it just had to be the princess of the Xingyan dynasty. No, you can't do this. The great elder, Lan Yi, immediately stopped him. Langu was already dead. The position of the great elder was vacant, and Lan Yi directly filled it. Our relationship with the Xingyan dynasty has always been turbulent. If we establish a relationship with the royal family will definitely be suspicious. Moreover, the royal family will definitely not agree. Lan Yi said. Lan Yi saw through this matter very clearly. It wasn't easy to solve this problem. After all, this problem existed in the first place. Moreover, this problem could worsen at any time. Great Elder, you're wrong. Why not? Don't tell me that I, the future mayor of Kuan Castle, am not worthy of the princess of the Xingyan dynasty? Lan Yuyan had a small opinion in his heart. In the hearts of the Lan family, he was obviously placed in a very high position. He even felt that he was incomparably arrogant. After all, the glory of Kuan Castle was not something that ordinary people could imagine. To be able to survive between the two dynasties, this kind of strength was enough to prove everything. That's not the case. However, this matter still needs to be carefully considered. Elder Lan Yi had yet to recover from his serious injuries, and now seemed a little weak. He couldn't make a fierce argument, but everyone believed in Kuan Arashi's potential. Lan Yu furrowed his brows. Then, he looked at the figure sitting in the corner. During the meeting today, he wondered why Lan Kuan had specially invited this person. At the very least, he should have asked for this person's opinion. Elderly, what do you think about my son's matter? In the entire Lan family, no one dared to look down on Li Zongjiu. They didn't even dare to show any arrogance in front of Li Zongjiu. As for why, you only need to experience how Li Zongjiu made them feel these days to know. The existence of such a powerhouse was simply heaven-defying. Oh, my thoughts. My thoughts are the same as Lan Yuyan's. Li Zongjiu was wholeheartedly studying the formation. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu's mental power was strong enough, so he could recall the information he had previously captured. Lan Yuyan didn't expect Li Zongjiu to give such an answer. Was it because Li Zongjiu was also paying attention to her? Suddenly receiving Li Zongjiu's support made Lan Yuyan feel an indescribable feeling in her heart. Lan Yuyan didn't care about other people's approval, but Li Zongjiu's approval was like a great affirmation. Father, elders, don't worry. This time, I only want to obtain a title. Leave the rest to me. Kuan Arashir said. Before this, Kuan Arashir was just a nobody in the Lan family of Kuan Castle. Who knew who he was? He wasn't even an elder. But now, Kuan Arashi's identity and status had been confirmed and affirmed. At the same time, he had also obtained the approval of Kuan Castle. Naturally, he had a title and status. He could more or less be considered a match. If he was mentioned by others, he would at least have a title. This was Kuan Arashi's plan. Now, Kuan Arashir had become the successor of the Castellan. He was the true and legitimate young Castellan of Kuan Castle. All right, I'll go back and take 3 spirit of Kuan stone from the family's treasury as your betrothal gift. Lan Yu also laughed loudly. In fact, as long as Li Zongjiu supported him, this matter would most likely not be a problem. The latter's identity as the imperial tutor wasn't just for show. If anyone wanted to compete at this time, they wouldn't be giving face to Li Zongjiu. Chapter 1178. By the time most of the matters in Kuan Castle had been settled, the two of them finally left. The two of them were finally about to leave. Saber Soul and Bei Ku followed them. Kuan Castle also had a flying center. Originally, they wanted to use the most luxurious flying boat for the 4 of them to return home. However, Li Zongjiu refused. He was not the kind of person who was extravagant and wasteful. Elderly, if you have time in the future, please come visit our Kuan Castle more often. Lan Yuyan was reluctant to part with them before they left. I will. Li Zongjiu nodded and said. Then, Lan Yuyan looked at Kuan Arashir. Kid, don't cause trouble for elderly when you're outside. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Lan Yuyan threatened Kuan Arashir. However, such a threat did not hurt him at all. He knew that this was Lan Yuyan's concern. Don't worry, sister. The flying boat rose into the sky. Lan Yuyan watched as the flying boat gradually rose into the sky and disappeared into the distance. At this moment, she even had the urge to jump onto the flying boat and leave with Li Zongjiu. However, she suppressed her own excitement. Perhaps she was just a lowly passerby in front of Li Zongjiu. A person like Li Zongjiu would naturally have countless outstanding women around him. How could she, Lan Yuyan, be qualified? However, after meeting Li Zongjiu, it was obvious that Lan Yuyan's standards for choosing a husband had increased by another level. It wouldn't be easy to find one in a short period of time. The flying boat returned to the Sacred Flame Royal City. The news of the battle at Kuan Castle had reached Emperor Xingyan. Although he was fooled by Kuan Castle this time with the 5 poisons, he would have to be fully prepared the next time he wanted to deal with Kuan Castle. Your Majesty, I advise you not to agree to the request of the 10 Swords sect from the Tianyan dynasty. Emperor Xingyan was already angry. He felt that he had been tricked by the people of Kuan Castle. Moreover, the Hua family seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Just the important members alone had suffered heavy casualties. Naturally, they pushed all the blame to the 5 Poison sect for everything that had happened. The other members of the Green Dragon army were not from the Hua family. They did not have the guts to challenge Li Zongjiu's authority. If Li Zongjiu came to settle the score with them in the future, they would feel a strong sense of regret. Therefore, after a series of collusion, they finally unanimously targeted the 5 poisons. Anyway, now that the 5 poisons had been destroyed, there was naturally no evidence. However, the Hua family also understood that Li Zongjiu was dealing with them. Several members of the Hua family who were still in the army suddenly received a summons from the judges. They said that someone had reported their misconduct in the army and that they were immediately suspended from their duties for investigation. The Hua family was simply furious about this matter. Who was the one behind all this? Who was the one who brought out so much evidence and alerted the people from the judicial division? There must be someone behind all of this. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at such a loss. However, Sacred Flame Great Emperor was only aware of these things after the fact. Obviously, someone was manipulating these things, and the information was only transmitted to him at the end. There was only one person who had the ability to do this, and was able to deceive everyone like this: Li Zongjiu. Today, he heard the military advisor repeatedly persuade him not to agree to the marriage proposal of the 10 Swords sect. It even made Emperor Xingyan think that the military advisor had been bribed by Li Zongjiu. Military advisor, I respect you as a senior, so I will listen to your words. However, it does not mean that I will listen to everything you say. If you are close to Li Zongjiu, I advise you to quit while you are ahead. Emperor Xingyan glanced at the military advisor. The military advisor also shook his head. It was obvious that Emperor Xingyan had misunderstood him. However, he did not care about this matter. As long as he could prevent Li Zongjiu from getting angry, it would not be good if he destroyed the Holy Flame Imperial family in a fit of anger. However, because of the existence of Princess Jingan, he would more or less give face. He would not be killed. However, he did not know if he would be able to keep his position. Just 3 days ago, the 10 Swords sect, which was ranked 3rd among the top 10 sects of the Tianyan dynasty, had sent a lot of betrothal gifts and a marriage proposal. They wanted the young master of the 10 Swords sect to marry Princess Jingan. If this marriage was successful, it meant that the 10 Swords sect would obtain the resources of the Xingyan dynasty. In the future, they would be able to start a new journey in the Xingyan dynasty. Obviously, the 10 Swords sect was ambitious. They wanted to expand their strength and continue to develop. The Xingyan dynasty could also open a path in the Tianyan dynasty. For Emperor Xingyan, this seemed to be the best choice. Everything that Li Zongjiu had was given to him by Emperor Xingyan. The name of the imperial tutor, the name of the White Deer Mansion, and even the Luoxia city were all part of the Xingyan dynasty's territory. If he wanted to take them back, it would be just a matter of words. How could this Li Zongjiu be arrogant and dare to stand on the opposite side of Emperor Xingyan? In the heart of Sacred Flame Emperor, Li Zongjiu was clearly an ungrateful person. Moreover, he was a traitor. He was simply a despicable person. As long as he found an opportunity, he would definitely take down Li Zongjiu. He would never allow a person to challenge the authority of the imperial family. The airship shuttled through the clouds. Finally, they arrived at the Sacred Flame Imperial City. Once again stepping into the Sacred Flame Imperial City, Koen Arashi's heart was also quite excited. It seemed that there was something incredible waiting for him to accomplish. He was burdened with a heavy sense of mission. But as soon as he landed, he found a restaurant to have a meal. But he heard that everyone in the city seemed to be discussing the marriage between Princess Jingan and the Ten Swords Sect's young master. He had only left for a few days, but such a thing happened. Did they have to find someone to deal with him, Koen Arasher? Brother, what do you mean by the marriage alliance you mentioned just now? A person who was talking loudly in the restaurant was suddenly stopped by Koen Arasher. He couldn't react, but when he saw that Koen Arashi's expression seemed a little strange, he immediately retracted his anger. Cough, cough, you guys are from other places, right? You don't know about this yet. I heard that a group of envoys from the Ten Swords sect came to the Tianyan dynasty. The purpose of these people is to marry their young master. I heard that his surname is Yi and he is here to propose marriage to the imperial family. We only have one princess, so they must be here to propose marriage to Princess Jingan. When Koen Arasher heard this, he directly smashed the table with his palm. Fuck, where did this Ten Swords sect come from? I'm going to beat them into shit. Koen Arasher was furious. But the table he smashed was someone else's. Just when these people reacted and were about to get angry, Koen Arasher was too arrogant. He could have smashed anyone's table, but he smashed theirs. Can't you let us eat? Don't be too arrogant, brother. Hey, I say, why are you, however, before that person could finish his words, he saw many people gathered downstairs. Moreover, someone quickly came upstairs and arrived in front of Li Zongjiu. Young master, you're back. The person who came was Taifai. If he didn't bring at least 100 people with him, he would be embarrassed to go out. This lineup was necessary. Things like face couldn't be neglected. Young Master Koen Arasher, congratulations to young Master Koen Arasher for becoming the young master of Koen Castle. Taifai was quite well informed. He actually already knew that Koen Arasher had become the young master of Koen Castle. This wasn't strange. After all, the White Deer Mansion wasn't a freeloader. Let's go. We'll take some back to eat. Li Zongjiu saw that Koen Arasher couldn't eat anymore. Then, he would go back first and have a good discussion to see what the situation was. Young master, please. Li Zongjiu walked in front of everyone, and Koen Arasher followed closely behind. Taifai left one person behind to compensate the diner whose table was smashed by Koen Arasher, as well as the inn's losses. Not to mention smashing a table, even tearing down the entire inn wouldn't be a problem. However, Taifai had taught his subordinates to follow the rules from the start. They couldn't be arrogant and unrestrained. That way they would be destroyed sooner or later. Now they naturally managed it very well. The people in the inn were all stunned. Who is this? Why is there such a big lineup? You don't know, right? Hey, that person just now was the new young master of Koen Castle, Koen Arasher. It's said that the young master of Koen Castle is also interested in our Princess Jingan. No wonder. Chapter 1179. Back at the White Deer Mansion, Xiao Zhao was surprised to see the flustered and exasperated Koen Arasher. Young master. Yes, come to the conference hall. Li Zongjiu and the others sat at the table while Xiao Zhao ordered someone to bring the information. I've already prepared the information when I heard that young master has returned. Ten Swords sect is one of the top 10 sects in the Tianyan dynasty. According to the public opinion, Ten Swords sect is at least ranked 3rd in strength. Their enemy is the Sky Water sect. There are many conflicts between the two sections. The team sent to the Xingyan dynasty to propose marriage includes the young master of Ten Swords sect, Xia Chuanqiu, who is a first-grade origin emperor, and the unparalleled Sword Emperor, who is ranked third in the Ten Swords sect. There are also some disciples who are not strong enough to be feared. Xiao Zhao listed all the information clearly. Kun Erasure had a very clear and intuitive feeling. Unparalleled Sword Emperor? Li Zongjiu was bewildered. Back when Li Zongjiu had slaughtered his way to the Ten Swords sect, the only person who looked decent in the entire sect was this unparalleled Sword Venerable. However, it seemed like this old fart was only at the Sword Emperor realm. There was nothing to be afraid of. Young master, do you know this person? We've fought before, but that was in the past, Li Zongjiu said. Everyone was shocked to hear Li Zongjiu's words. How long ago was it? The Supreme Sword Emperor was quite famous in the Tianyan dynasty. It was definitely not that simple. So fierce? We've studied this Supreme Sword Emperor before. His sword Dao is very profound. If we're talking about the famous swordsman in the Shenwu continent, the Supreme Sword Emperor is one of them, Nangong Wuji said. But he might not be your opponent. After all, Li Zongjiu had the record of killing a Supreme Sword Emperor. Just this record alone was enough to make many people revere him. This concept was not easy to understand. The purpose of the Ten Swords sect's trip is definitely not as simple as a marriage alliance. I heard that the Ten Swords sect is also making moves in the Tianyan dynasty. They are more likely to borrow the power of the Xingyan dynasty. They want to shake the status of the other sects in the Xingyan dynasty. The Heavenly Water sect is the first to bear the brunt. Xiao Zhao analyzed. Not only did he have information about the Xingyan dynasty, but even some information about the Tianyan dynasty was also under his control. Only by combining the complete information would he be able to analyze the situation correctly. So, they want to use Kun Erasure as a stumbling block? Li Zongjiu said. If that was the case, Kun Erasure had indeed become a stumbling block for the other party. Unfortunately, if the person Kun Erasure loved was not the Princess Jingon, these people could do whatever they wanted. They thought that they could dominate the world by making some messy combinations. In fact, these people did not have the strength to do so. If it was Li Zongjiu, it would not be so troublesome. In addition, young master, there have been some unusual movements in the city recently. To a certain extent, our people are being monitored. It seems to be from the imperial family. Moreover, we have collected enough evidence to prove that Emperor Xingyan secretly mobilized the Dragon Guard. The Dragon Guard? Does the Dragon Guard really exist? Kun Erasure could not sit still. He immediately exclaimed and looked at Xiao Zhao in disbelief. The surrounding people also widened their eyes because this was very shocking news. For many years, the Dragon Guard was just a legend. No one had really seen the Dragon Guard. However, legends about the Dragon Guard were endless. The most direct ones were these Dragon Guard. It was rumored that the Dragon Guard clan was the bravest soldier during the founding war of the first great emperor. They were extremely loyal, so these people were all conferred the title of Dragon Guard. All the descendants of the hidden Dragon clan were protected by the imperial family. They were secretly trained from a young age and shouldered heavy responsibilities. The purpose was to eliminate the dangers and difficulties in the process of the dynasty's advancement. However, as the ultimate force, they were only sent out in the most dangerous times. They were equivalent to the imperial family's secret weapon. Now that the country had been founded for more than 300 years, the great emperor had changed several times, but there was no news of the Dragon Guard clan taking action. However, recently, Xiao Zhao collected information that proved that the Dragon Guard clan had been mobilized. To be able to hide for more than 300 years, it was enough to show the importance and degree of protection that the imperial family placed on them. If it was not a last resort, they would definitely not be allowed to show themselves. Dragon Guard? There are only a dozen people in total. It's nothing special. When Li Zongjiu heard this Dragon Guard clan, he smiled disdainfully. This kind of thing was very secretive in the eyes of ordinary people, but Li Zhongjiu had already seen it in his previous life. To be precise, these Dragon Guard clan were the descendants of the founding heroes of the country. However, that group of people had been completely hidden at that time. There were too many founding heroes. Some of them had names, but some of them were secretly covered up. They became a force that secretly protected the Xingyan dynasty. This was very smart. Li Zhongjiu had only come into contact with a few of them in his previous life. There was nothing special about them. They were slightly stronger because the cultivation materials were provided by the imperial family. Naturally, they were not bad. However, the cultivation of that group of experts was born from blood and fire. In the later 2 generations, each lineage was not as good as the other, so the number of people decreased. Perhaps there were more people now, but after 2,000 years, this group of people was only left with a dozen people. Of course, what Li Zhongjiu did not say was that these people were all in the supremacy realm. Although they were just people who had just entered the supremacy realm. In front of Li Zhongjiu back then, they were just an eyesore. A gentle blow was enough to extinguish these people. You know about it? Kuan Erasher looked at Li Zhongjiu in surprise. It seemed that there was nothing that Li Zhongjiu did not know about these secretive things. You will know when you reach the supremacy realm. Li Zhongjiu could only say this to Kuan Erasher. Kuan Erasher also rolled his eyes at the latter. When you reach the supremacy realm, how long will you have to cultivate? I didn't expect to recognize such a cheap boss so easily. Did I step on dog shit back then? Recently, the imperial family's attitude has been targeting our White Deer mansion. I am worried that these Dragon Guard are here to deal with us. Xiao Zhao looked at Li Zhongjiu and said. Knowing was one thing, but actually facing it was another. They did not know the true purpose of these people's appearance. Oh? This old thing, I didn't deal with him, but he dares to cause trouble for me? Li Zhongjiu was also displeased when he heard this. Obviously, the old thing that Li Zhongjiu was referring to was Emperor Xingyan. Only Li Zhongjiu had the guts to look down on Emperor Xingyan in Monarch City. It's fine to kill him, but this old man is Xueyue's father after all. Let's beat these people from the 10 Swords sect away first. Li Zhongjiu said. Food had to be eaten one bite at a time, and things had to be done one by one. The people from the 10 Swords sect are expected to arrive at Sacred Flame Imperial City tomorrow. The betrothal gifts and invitation had arrived before the people arrived. Obviously, these people were still somewhat arrogant. It was like a notice to the Xingyan dynasty's imperial family. Although Emperor Xingyan was not happy, he still accepted it. After all, the 10 Swords sect was controllable, but Li Zhongjiu was an uncertain factor. Sooner or later, Li Zhongjiu would have to be dealt with first. All right, inform me when they arrive tomorrow. Chapter 1180. It was an extremely ordinary wooden airship. It slowly stopped outside the Sacred Flame Royal City. 5 figures walked down from the airship. The person in the lead was a young man in a white robe embroidered with purple and gold patterns. He was young, around 25 years old at most. He wore an extremely exquisite ring on his finger. An extremely penetrating sword intent could be sensed from the ring. He touched the ring on his finger out of habit. This is the Sacred Flame Royal City? It's just SOSO. How can there be a beauty in such a barren and desolate place? The only daughter of Emperor Xingyan can't be an extremely ugly person, right? The young man mocked. The other young disciples around him also laughed. Is it very funny? No matter how ugly she is, she's still my woman. The man's eyes turned cold. Immediately, the 3 young disciples bowed down. Young sect leader, please forgive us. All right, don't talk so much after entering the city. If this marriage is successful, then the strength of the 10 Swords sect will reach a peak state. Don't mess it up. The unparalleled Sword Emperor stepped forward and said. This group of people was the group that had come from the 10 Swords sect. Their purpose in coming here was to confirm the matter of the marriage alliance. Yes, Elder. Xia Chuanxiu said. He naturally respected the unparalleled Sword Emperor. Even his father had to respect the unparalleled Sword Emperor. The latter's swordsmanship had already reached the peak. Even though Xia Chuanqiu's talent was not weak, he was just a clown in front of the unparalleled Sword Emperor. There were still many things he could learn from the unparalleled Sword Emperor. He was looking forward to the latter's guidance. However, this trip was not going smoothly. They were stopped the moment they entered the city. "Stop, where did you come from? What are you doing in the royal city?" A few city guards immediately surrounded Xia Chuanqiu and the others. Xia Chuanqiu and the others looked at them with contempt. These people in front of them were really reckless. If they were in the Tianyan dynasty, they would have chopped off their heads with a sword. How dare they block their way? "Friends, we are from the 10 Swords sect of the Sky Flame dynasty. This is our identity token. We are entering the city to meet the emperor," a disciple stepped forward and said. At the same time, he handed over his identity token and stuffed a few purple yuan coins into the soldier's hand. Naturally, they knew this kind of routine. It was just to collect bribes from outsiders like them. "Impudent! How dare you bribe in broad daylight? Take these people down." However, who would have thought that the soldier would directly throw the purple yuan coin in his hand onto the ground without even looking at it? He was simply overflowing with dominance, and his face was filled with righteousness. The people from the 10 Swords sect were surprised by such an unusual move. Could it be that the people of the Xingyan dynasty did not fall for this trick? This was impossible. One had to know that money could move the gods. These people were not deities who were pure of heart and few desires. They did not even care about money. However, the angry roar just now attracted the attention of the garrison on the city wall. Immediately, hundreds of city guards rushed out from the city and restricted everyone outside. The city gate was also closed with a bang. The road was blocked. The dignified young lord and elders of the 10 Swords sect were actually blocked by the city gate of the Holy Flame Imperial City. Courting death. Xia Chuanqiu touched the ring on his finger and was ready to attack. In any case, he had to chop off the legs of these thousands of people in front of him and let them know how powerful he was. However, the unparalleled Sword Emperor stopped Xia Chuanqiu. "Officials, may I ask your general to come out and meet me? Cut the crap, all of you kneel down and put your hands on your head. Otherwise, I will kill you with my spear," a centurion said extremely fiercely. They had already received orders before that as long as they found people from the Sky Flame dynasty, they were to directly stop them. It would be best if they could detain them. If it was a normal day, they would just take some money and let them in. However, this order was given by the higher-up. Even they did not dare to take the money because it would be troublesome. "Since you are so stubborn and do not know what is good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Take them down," the unparalleled Sword Emperor said faintly. As an Origin Emperor expert, how could he tolerate being treated like this? No matter where he was, he should not be treated like this. Now that he took the initiative to teach them a lesson, nothing would happen. He did not believe that the great emperor of the Xingyan dynasty would be so heartless as to stand up for a few city guards. Immediately, the 3 accompanying disciples took action. They did not use their swords, but only their palms. They easily overturned hundreds of city guards in front of them. Bang! 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 "How dare you attack the city guards?" Someone on the city wall saw this scene and immediately went to report. The unparalleled Sword Emperor and the others frowned. These people in front of them seemed to be here to cause trouble instead of solving the problem. There is a problem. This didn't seem like the style of Monarch City. When encountering such a noble identity token, they would at least have to verify it. How could these people pester them endlessly like this? He was simply stalling for time here. "Let me do it." The archers on the city wall were shooting arrows non-stop. Suddenly, a rain of arrows fell, causing Xia Chuanqiu to snort coldly and jump. The height of the city wall was nothing in front of these experts. Xia Chuanqiu, who had rushed up the city wall, was immediately hit by a series of explosions. It had been a long time since such a situation had happened. The city guards immediately went to war, and the scene was quite fierce. All kinds of weapons were used. They seemed to have been prepared. The mobilization of the troops was also unusually fast. Soon, soldiers from other drill grounds were mobilized. Even Xia Chuanqiu had to use the strength of an origin emperor. However, he found that these people were unusually excited, and there was no way to defeat them. Boom! The city gate opened. Several fierce generals rushed out with their elite cavalry. The sky silkworm net in their hands was aimed at the three disciples. Even an origin emperor expert would find it difficult to escape. In addition, there were many experts in the army. The three accompanying disciples could be considered to have been beaten very badly. Listening to the sounds of battle outside the city. In the city, Li Zongjiu and Kuan Erasher were sitting on the top floor of a tea-house. They were looking at the scene here. Sitting beside the two of them was the commander of the city guards, Wang Ding. Wang Ding poured tea for Li Zongjiu and Lan Kuan. At the same time, he also observed the situation outside the city. Unfortunately, these people did not know that the entire city guards were Li Zongjiu's men. Chapter 1181. The number of soldiers was huge, and it was still increasing. Damn it! Let's leave this place first. The unparalleled Sword Emperor had never seen such a thing happen. If he killed his way out, not to mention a marriage proposal, it would be considered merciful if the other party didn't send troops to capture him and cut him into pieces. If this group of people killed a few people in the royal city, they could easily cover it up with their status. Even Emperor Xingyan would turn a blind eye to it. However, if they killed any of the soldiers in front of the city guards, it would be difficult to appease the public's anger. Even Emperor Xingyan would not be able to protect them. Therefore, facing the desperate siege of the city guards, they could not kill them, but beating them up would not vent their anger. Therefore, they could only leave this place now. At another time, they would find an opportunity to enter the city directly. At this moment, it was obviously not a wise move to fight the city guards head-on. They did not expect the unparalleled Sword Emperor of the Ten Swords sect to come to the Holy Flame Royal City. Not only did they not welcome them with courtesy, they even alerted the city guards. The city guards were simply crazy. They had never seen such a strict situation. Moreover, they had already stated their identities, but Jun Ran still attacked them directly. It was obvious that he did not want them to have an easy time. Immediately, these people retreated into the distance. Such a humiliating matter made the people of the Ten Swords sect very angry. They wanted to kill a few people immediately to vent their anger. Is there something wrong with these city guards? They're simply crazy. I've never seen such an unreasonable and barbaric city guard. A few disciples were cursing. Although they had already knocked down hundreds of people, they didn't dare to kill even one person. A few of them had their clothes torn by arrows. If it wasn't for their strong origin energy, they might have been seriously injured by these people. Could this be Emperor Xingyan's intention? Even Xia Chuanqiu was not sure. They were happy to receive the gifts, but they did not expect that when they came to visit, they would be made difficult for. Logically speaking, such a thing should not have happened. Why don't we charge into the city directly? A disciple said, but he was directly slapped by Xia Chuanqiu. Bullshit. Is our Ten Swords sect so shameful that we have to climb over the wall to enter the city? If we can't walk through the gate, our Ten Swords sect will tear it down sooner or later. Xia Chuanqiu shouted angrily. It was not easy for the young master of the Ten Swords sect to come to the Xingyan dynasty, but he was chased away by the city guards. Now, he could not even enter the gate. If this news spread back to the Tianyan dynasty, wouldn't it? The unparalleled Sword Emperor didn't speak for a long time. Obviously, he was very angry. Although he didn't suffer any injuries, the damage to his face couldn't be repaired so easily. Today's battle at the city gate could be considered as a form of training for the soldiers. At the same time, it also displayed the strength of the city guards. They had not even entered the city, but they had already turned around and ran away. They came with a lot of vigor, but returned in defeat. Seems a little cool. When Koan Erasher saw this scene, he was also completely shocked by Li Zongjiu's strength. At the same time, he was also surprised that Li Zongjiu would do this for him. He secretly mobilized the city guards to do such a thing, and right under the nose of the emperor. No one would dare to believe that such a thing would happen. This was simply treating Emperor Xingyan as a dead man, and directly stirring up trouble in Monarch City. If this matter were to spread to Emperor Xingyan's ears, how angry would he be? Moreover, these people who were chased away were the distinguished guests of the Xingyan dynasty. Being chased away like this was an even bigger crime. Even if they enter the city, I won't let them reach the foot of the imperial city, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He had already made arrangements beforehand, and the few people from Ten Swords sect were really not enough. Is it okay to do this? Koan Erasher was also a little worried. Today, the city guards had mobilized nearly 10,000 people. Emperor Xingyan would definitely be aware of such a large mobilization. What can happen? What can he do? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Koan Erasher was also completely convinced by Li Zongjiu's audacity. If there was anyone else in the world who had such great ability, it could only be Li Zongjiu. Just as Li Zongjiu and the rest were sipping tea, there were two young people on the street, a man and a woman, who looked like heroes of the underworld. What's going on? The city guards have been mobilized in such a large formation. There were King Yuan energy fluctuations just now. The woman stared at the situation outside the city walls. She said with a frown, "Let's go and check it out." As soon as the man finished speaking, he leaped out and disappeared from the street in the blink of an eye. He's too impulsive. The woman immediately stomped her foot. However, she also leaped out and followed closely behind. Obviously, the strength of these two people was extraordinary. The fluctuations in the surroundings naturally could not escape Li Zongjiu's eyes. Immediately, he looked down. This batch of Dragon Guard is so young? Li Zongjiu looked at the two people who had just rushed out. If one were to say which family's disciple was the most outstanding genius in Monarch City, it would definitely be the Dragon Guard. Not only were they young, but they were also very strong. It seemed like these people would not be able to enter the city today. You can also go to the Imperial City today to propose marriage. As for these people, I'll help you deal with them, Li Zongjiu said. Koan Erasher was a little frightened when he heard this. What did he mean by deal with them? Was he going to send them back? Or was he going to leave their lives behind? However, since Li Zongjiu had intervened, he must have his own way of dealing with them. Then, I'll go. Koan Erasher's actions would definitely shock the people in Monarch City. However, Koan Erasher was now the young castellan of Koan Castle. In terms of status, he was not without advantages. He was even higher than the young sect master of the outer sect. At the same time, one should not forget, Koan Erasher still had a teacher, Master Jingyue, Senior Mirror Emperor. Koan Erasher immediately rushed to Jingyue Villa. After mentioning this matter, Master Jingyue was naturally willing, but the consequences had to be carefully considered. This hurdle of the Holy Flame Emperor was not that easy to pass. Send someone to investigate the movements of these people. Then, go to the residence and gather all the primitive emperor experts. Li Zongjiu ordered. Yes, young master. Chapter 1182. The 16 primitive emperors in the White Deer Mansion had been summoned to the tea house. Nangong Wuji did not come. His more important task was to oversee the White Deer Mansion, so he would not leave unless there was something important. Even Hong Shursan came directly. Gathering so many primitive emperors at the same time, not even Yuan monarchs. What was he going to do? In the Holy Flame Royal City, apart from the royal family, only Li Zongjiu's family could mobilize so many primitive emperors in such a short time. Even if the primitive emperors of the 4 major families were added together, they would probably not be as many as Li Zongjiu had. Let's eat something first. We will go out of the city to deal with a few people in a while. Li Zongjiu also let these primitive emperors have a meal. After all, they were going out to do something, so they had to eat their fill. This way, the morale before the battle would be even higher. It was not easy for a small student in the Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion to develop from a casino to such a large scale. At least in the eyes of outsiders, it was not easy. However, it seemed rather easy for Li Zongjiu to accomplish all this. It only took a little more than a year. As long as there was money, everything could be solved. There was nothing to be afraid of. He did not encounter any obstacles. Many people in the city also saw the actions of the White Deer Mansion and heard about what had happened at the city gate earlier. After all, this was not a small matter. When Song Jiyu of the Song family heard about this, she immediately knew what Li Zongjiu wanted to do. When Li Zongjiu had just arrived in the Holy Flame Royal City, Song Jiyu had come into contact with Li Zongjiu and knew that this guy was not afraid of anything. Logically speaking, such a person should have died a long time ago, but he was still alive until now. Moreover, he was still living a glorious life. Almost no one could compete with Li Zongjiu. That guy couldn't possibly be planning to attack the people from the Ten Swords sect, right? Everyone in the city knew that the Ten Swords sect was here for the peace marriage. Li Zongjiu's action was a provocation to the Holy Flame royal family. He did not put the royal family in his eyes at all. If that's the case, I'm afraid Li Zongjiu is in big trouble. Song Jiyu's current position in the Song family could be said to be unshakable and indestructible. Just one project with the White Deer Mansion had already earned her a lot of money, and she was still earning a huge sum. This was Song Jiyu's connections, and foresight. Not many people had Song Jiyu's vision and boldness. Therefore, Song Jiyu succeeded. But now, what Li Zongjiu did was simply too shocking. After staying in Monarch City for so long, Song Jiyu was very clear that if she wanted to live well, she had to do her job well in the city. She had to play within the rules. There was a bottom line that she could never cross. That was to be the enemy of the royal family. If she had the slightest intention of rebelling, the royal family would not even need an excuse to deal with her. She did not know how many influential people there were. So what if she had power and influence? The royal family's power was beyond her imagination. Even I can't do anything about this. Song Jiyu rubbed her head. Of course, Li Zongjiu did not need Song Jiyu's help. He could easily deal with it by relying on the strength of the White Deer Mansion. At this moment, outside the city, the unparalleled Sword Emperor and the others were sitting on a mountain top. At the same time, they had sent a message to the royal family. If no one came to welcome them this time, they would not enter the city. Who knew where they got the courage and confidence to be so stubborn? They really thought highly of themselves. Elder, there are experts approaching. Everyone stood up and stared ahead. Xia Chuanxiu also stood up and stared ahead. The rays of the setting sun shone. Behind the setting sun, more than 10 figures were rapidly approaching. They are all experts. It seems that the Xingyan dynasty has finally learned to be sensible for once. Even from afar, he could feel the powerful strength emanating from these people. The aura formed by the gathering of experts was different from that of ordinary people. Whoosh! Hong Shi-san landed. The experts behind him also landed one by one in front of the people from the Ten Swords sect. However, their expressions were a little strange. Of course, everyone looked at one of them at the same time. It was the unparalleled Sword Emperor. The chances of encountering such a powerhouse were relatively low. Even in the Xingyan dynasty, people had heard of the name of the unparalleled Sword Emperor. They also knew that the latter's swordsmanship was exquisite and incomparable to ordinary people. Many of them wanted to see it for themselves. "Are you here to welcome us? Seeing that you are so sincere, we will forget about the incident at the city gate this morning." Xia Chuanxiu waved his hand. He expressed his magnanimity. However, these people in front of him did not move at all. "I have long heard that the unparalleled Sword Emperor's swordsmanship is superb. It is such a coincidence that we meet in this desolate place today. Let's spar." A sword-wielding expert walked out from the crowd. There were not many opportunities to spar with the unparalleled Sword Emperor. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? The unparalleled Sword Emperor frowned. An imposing aura was released spontaneously. He was at the peak of the primitive emperor realm, an elder of the Ten Swords sect. Unexpectedly, he was called out by the other party. What was the meaning of this? Was this the tradition of the Xingyan dynasty? Is this how the Xingyan dynasty treats its guests? The unparalleled Sword Emperor said indifferently. His eyes seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, sweeping towards the people in front of him. These people did not seem to be here to welcome them into the city. Over a dozen primitive emperor powerhouses gathered here at the same time. The imposing manner was so strong that it made the three accompanying disciples of Ten Swords sect feel dizzy and dizzy. When one's realm was not enough, such a situation would naturally occur in a battle between experts. At this moment, they had no choice but to retreat to the back. Even Xia Chuanxiu felt like he was under the control of others. "You are courting death." Xia Chuanxiu touched his ring. Immediately, the ring turned into a golden longsword, hanging in front of Xia Chuanxiu. The aura released from the golden light sword easily dispersed the surrounding power, making him feel better. "Who are you?" These people seemed to be here to humiliate them. How could Xia Chuanxiu tolerate this? The aura of a first-grade primitive emperor was gradually released. However, this aura was not worth mentioning in the eyes of others. Immediately, Hong Shi-san and the others also released their primitive emperor chi. Boom! 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 The aura of experts soared to the sky. Even the clouds in the sky were affected. "Who are you?" Everyone's aura suppressed Xia Chuanxiu to the point that he could not breathe. Even now, Xia Chuanxiu was barely able to resist. With a little effort, Xia Chuanxiu was defeated by the withered leaves. The unparalleled Sword Emperor could not bear the aura of a peak primitive emperor. It exploded in an instant. Chapter 1183. When the unparalleled Sword Emperor's aura burst out, everyone's expression changed. Even if the unparalleled Sword Emperor was alone, it was enough to fight against at least 10 of them. However, there were experts in the White Deer Mansion as well. 2 of them had hidden their strength well. At this moment, when they felt the terrifying pressure of the unparalleled Sword Emperor, they released their strength at the same time. Their auras gathered together with the auras of the remaining 10 people, forming a kind of power that was equal to the unparalleled Sword Emperor. "I think you're courting death." The unparalleled Sword Emperor's aura was locked in a stalemate with the other party's aura. He didn't gain any advantage. If this continued, the unparalleled Sword Emperor would be the one at a disadvantage. Immediately, a fluorescent wooden sword appeared in the Sword Emperor's hand. With the appearance of the wooden sword, everyone immediately felt the pressure multiplied. They felt as if their entire body was being crushed and they couldn't move at all. Boom! The unparalleled Sword Emperor didn't show any mercy to the overbearing force. Today, these people repeatedly came to his door, which made the unparalleled Sword Emperor very unhappy. Boom! The wooden sword in his hand was the crystallization of the unparalleled Sword Emperor's power that he cultivated for more than 100 years. It was because of the unparalleled Sword Emperor's great strength and profound realm that he could use a wooden sword to fight against the divine weapons of heaven and earth. Even the unparalleled Sword Emperor was confident. There was no weapon in the world that was stronger than the wooden sword in his hand. At most, it was just as strong. All of you die. The unparalleled sword emperor roared, and the sword in his hand whizzed out. Sword controlling technique. The wooden sword turned into a cold light and rushed forward. The aura gathered by the White Deer Mansion's people was easily broken by the opponent at this moment. The first target of this sword was Hong Shi-san. Hong Shi-san stood on the spot. Facing this attack, he couldn't dodge at all. He could only circulate his origin energy together to protect the vital parts of his body. However, the unparalleled Sword Emperor's wooden sword was attracted by a sharp sword in an instant. Swish! With the appearance of this sword, the wooden sword was directly split into two from the middle. It was extremely easy. Most importantly, the appearance of this sword didn't have any aura. After breaking the wooden sword, this incomparably low-key sword circled in the air and finally broke through the crowd's formation, landing in front of a young man. The people of the White Deer Mansion all retreated and stood on both sides, forming a line. It was obvious that this person was the leader. If someone at this level can be called the unparalleled Sword Emperor, then what about me? Li Zongjiu said disdainfully. Just now, he had also used the Imperial Sword technique. Not only had he broken his opponent's sword, but he had also severely injured his opponent's mind. The unparalleled Sword King's teeth were chattering as if he was a trembling old man. Who are you? The strong had a clear understanding of the relationship between the strong. When Li Zongjiu came out, the matchless Sword Emperor felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His entire body felt cold. If Li Zongjiu wanted to take his life, it would be as easy as flicking a finger. Therefore, the matchless Sword Emperor didn't dare to make the slightest move. You're just a scoundrel relying on your sharp sword. How dare you slander my sex, unparalleled elder? Brat, I think you don't want to live anymore. Xia Chuanxiu saw a young man suddenly walk out. After thinking carefully, he wondered if there was a young man with a higher status than him in the entire Xingyan dynasty. He was the young master of the Ten Swords sect and was about to become the emperor's son-in-law of the Xingyan dynasty. These two identities were enough to make Xia Chuanxiu ascend to the heavens. How many people in the Xingyan dynasty could be compared to him? Therefore, when Xia Chuanxiu looked at Li Zongjiu, who dared to offend his sex elder, he guessed that Li Zongjiu only dared to be so presumptuous because he had the support of many primitive emperors. Therefore, he directly walked out and scolded Li Zongjiu. Unexpectedly, before Li Zongjiu could speak, the unparalleled Sword Emperor had already slapped Xia Chuanxiu's face. Slap! Xia Chuanxiu's face immediately swelled up. This slap was full of strength and directly hit Xia Chuanxiu's face. Therefore, Xia Chuanxiu couldn't avoid it at all. After being slapped, Xia Chuanxiu was also in a state of confusion. What do you mean by this? I'm standing up for you, and you actually dare to hit me. Xia Chuanxiu also had a temper. After all, being slapped in front of so many people made Xia Chuanxiu feel very humiliated. However, the unparalleled Sword Emperor also felt that this slap wasn't enough to vent his anger. He stepped forward and kicked Xia Chuanxiu, causing him to continuously roll on the ground several times. Finally, he stopped. I didn't know that the expert was here. Sorry for disturbing you. After kicking Xia Chuanxiu, the unparalleled Sword Emperor also quickly knelt down on one knee and saluted Li Zongjiu. Not only the three accompanying disciples of the Ten Swords sect, but even Hong Shi-san and the others were dumbfounded. This was probably the most unbelievable thing they had ever seen in their lives. They never thought that the unparalleled Sword Emperor would actually salute Li Zongjiu directly and even call Li Zongjiu an expert. This showed that Li Zongjiu's strength was far above the unparalleled Sword Emperor's. No wonder you could live for so long. Your eyesight is pretty good. Li Zongjiu glanced at the unparalleled Sword Emperor. No wonder this guy could live to cultivate to the Supreme Being realm. This ability to take advantage of the situation is really rare. My brother wants Emperor Xingyan's daughter. If you still want to live, hurry up and get out of here, Li Zhongjiu said indifferently, as if he was driving away a few flies. He wanted to drive them away directly. The unparalleled Sword Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this expert's temper was still relatively good. In the distance, the guy who was kicked to the ground couldn't get up for a long time. After hearing the conversation between the two, he simply lay on the ground and didn't want to get up. If he got up now, how embarrassing would that be? So he simply lay on the ground. He just pretended that he had fainted. By the way, since you came here, you must have brought something, Li Zhongjiu suddenly said, his eyes shining. Since the Ten Swords sect was here to make peace, they must have brought a great gift. Otherwise, who would be willing to take a fancy to people like you? Could it be that they really thought that they would bring back their princess just because of your name? Obviously, it was impossible. The unparalleled Sword Emperor heard this. This expert was clearly here to snatch it from him. The things they brought with them on this trip were naturally extremely precious, even more precious than their lives. It was originally a betrothal gift, which was quite decent. However, after Li Zhongjiu appeared, he wanted to take it back with just a few words. And if they didn't hand it over, the consequences were obvious. He wasn't afraid of the Ten Swords sect at all. The preciousness of the things made the unparalleled Sword Emperor hesitate. He didn't want to hand it over, but his eyes gradually turned cold as he looked at Li Zhongjiu. The unparalleled Sword Emperor slapped himself in his heart. He was already so old. How could he not understand this? There was only hope if he was alive. Moreover, this was a very good opportunity to make friends with the expert. Expert, we didn't bring any valuable betrothal gifts this time. However, our sect leader has specially prepared some gifts for the expert. Please accept them. If you have time in the future, you can come to the mountain gate of the Ten Swords sect as a guest. We will definitely treat you with great hospitality. As he spoke, the unparalleled Sword Emperor held a box in his hand. Although the box didn't have any lock, there was a formation engraved on it. Without a special unlocking method, it couldn't be opened even if it was destroyed. The things he brought with him were naturally in the box. As for the unlocking method, the unparalleled Sword Emperor naturally wouldn't hand it over. First of all, he was hoping for a fluke. If this person couldn't open the box, he might just give it back to him. At the same time, he could take the opportunity to see how powerful this person was and whether he could really open the box. If he wanted to open it, he would need to be at least level 8 in terms of formation cultivation. Clap. As soon as Li Zhongjiu took the box, he easily broke the sealing formation on the box. It was as if the box didn't exist at all. Sword Manipulation Sutra, Ginseng Fruit. You guys are so thoughtful. I'm not interested in the Sword Manipulation Sutra, but I'll take the Ginseng Fruit. After speaking, Li Zhongjiu returned the Sword Manipulation Sutra and the box to the unparalleled Sword Emperor. Chapter 1184. What surprised the unparalleled Sword Emperor was that Li Zhongjiu actually liked the ginseng fruit more and even returned the sword controlling scripture. This was considered as leaving a way out for the unparalleled Sword Emperor. Although the ginseng fruit was a 9th-grade elixir, the sword controlling scripture was their Ten Swords sect's legacy technique. This time, they directly offered it to the royal family of the Xingyan dynasty, which already showed considerable sincerity. Otherwise, Emperor Xingyan wouldn't have relented so easily. He directly betrothed Princess Jing'an to her. Of course, if it wasn't for Li Zhongjiu's interference, there wouldn't be any surprises. Now that Li Zhongjiu was involved, the direction of the situation changed according to Li Zhongjiu's intention. However, the unparalleled Sword Emperor had another idea in his mind. With Li Zhongjiu's cultivation realm, he naturally had a strong desire for such sutras and techniques, the more the better. However, he actually didn't care about the supreme Tao technique of the Ten Swords sect. It was obvious that he didn't put the sword controlling scripture in his eyes. Could it be that the person in front of him didn't know the preciousness of the sword controlling scripture? He didn't know what the expert in front of him was thinking, but the unparalleled sword emperor's heart calmed down. At least the scripture was saved. Alright, you guys can go. I won't send you off. Li Zongjiu directly turned around and led the group of primitive emperors back to the sacred flame royal city. The unparalleled sword emperor and the others were left dumbfounded. They didn't even know what was going on. Where did these primitive emperors come from, and what was going on with the expert just now? Could it be that this is the attitude of the royal family of the sacred flame royal city? The unparalleled sword hero frowned. It seemed that they still underestimated the Xingyan dynasty. If these people were all experts of the Xingyan dynasty, it was to show them the true strength of the Xingyan dynasty. At the same time, they took away the scripture. But they didn't want the sword controlling scripture. Ordinary people knew the preciousness of the sword controlling scripture. Now it seemed that the royal family wanted to show their attitude. They didn't care about the scripture at all. What a trick! When they returned, the Xingyan dynasty's royal family would definitely become famous. They would directly take care of the Ten Swords sect. They wouldn't even have the time to enter the sacred flame imperial city. Brilliant! The royal family is truly brilliant. The unparalleled sword emperor was also astonished. The unparalleled sword emperor looked at Xia Chuanqiu, who still hadn't gotten up, and ordered people to help him up. Xia Chuanqiu's face was filled with indignation. His face was even swollen. Elder, why should we be afraid of this person? When I return, I will explain this to my father. Then, we will bring our men to flatten this holy flame royal city. Idiot! The unparalleled sword hero angrily rebuked. Didn't you see those people just now? If that young man in the lead wanted to kill me, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Even if your father came, it would be the same. We cannot afford to offend this person, the matchless sword hero said in a deep voice. At least for now, he couldn't afford to provoke him. What? This person's strength is so incredible? Xia Chuanqiu's heart tightened when he heard the matchless sword hero's words. To think that there was such a person in the world. The other party didn't even make a move, but the matchless sword hero didn't dare to fight anymore and retreated. Let's go back to the sect. The matchless sword hero cowered very quickly this time. This was because he knew exactly how powerful Li Zongjiu was, so he already knew what to do. If he continued to stay in this place, or even enter the sacred flame royal city, he would only be humiliated even more. Therefore, the people of the Ten Swords sect left with their tails between their legs. It wasn't easy for them to come here, and they didn't know what they had encountered. How should they explain themselves when they returned? It wouldn't be easy to deal with the aftermath of today's matter. Li Zongjiu brought his men back to the White Deer Mansion. Everyone ate and drank outside, and it was really exciting. At the same time, they also knew how terrifying Li Zongjiu's strength was. Just by revealing his aura, he was able to make the so-called unparalleled sword emperor retreat. With such strength, who would dare to be arrogant? Even the imperial family wouldn't dare to do anything. When the two groups of people left the barren mountain, two figures appeared from their hiding places. These two people were Dragon Guard, who had appeared from the city earlier. Originally, they came to investigate the background of these people. When they found out that these people were from the Ten Swords sect, they were a little surprised. Because the Sacred Flame Imperial family had warmly invited the people of the Ten Swords sect to visit, and at the same time, they would have some discussions. Who knew that these people would be stopped by the city guards at the city gate? Such a situation was really unheard of. Originally, they wanted to appear and explain the matter, and take the initiative to bring a few people into the city. Who knew that Li Zongjiu and the others would kill them? Then, the two of them witnessed what had just happened with their own eyes. They couldn't believe it. My eyes didn't deceive me, right? This is the legendary matchless sword emperor? Just like that, he admitted defeat. The man kept wiping his eyes. However, the young sect master was really pitiful. After being beaten up, he had lost a lot of face. We have to report this matter to the emperor as soon as possible. That person just now is the real owner of the White Deer Mansion, Li Zhongjio, the girl said. In her eyes, she was also very interested in Li Zhongjio. However, there was more fear in her eyes. The existence of such a person was a huge threat to the entire dynasty. This time, Li Zhongjio obviously took the initiative to intervene in the political affairs of the dynasty. This person was their dynasty's partner, and now he was chased away. Fortunately, the other party admitted defeat. If he didn't, even if he couldn't destroy the Sacred Flame Imperial City, it would be easy for him to destroy the other cities in the Sacred Flame Imperial City. At that time, the world would be in a state of chaos. Obviously, Li Zhongjio didn't consider this at all. If Li Zhongjio was left alive, it would be a huge disaster. "Hey, do you think that kid discovered us just now?" the man said. If he was someone that even the matchless Sword Emperor was afraid of and admitted defeat in a second, how powerful would he be? We used the hidden dragon technique. Our aura is completely concealed. It's impossible for him to discover us. The girl still had a lot of confidence in the hidden dragon evasion technique that she cultivated. That makes sense. Let's go back first. The two of them discussed for a while before they swiftly returned to the city. The things that they had witnessed today were definitely extremely shocking. The Dragon Guard was directly under the command of Emperor Xingyan. He didn't care about all the official positions in the city. Therefore, he didn't care about Li Zhongjio's identity as the imperial protector. In their eyes, there was only one Emperor Xingyan. The rest were people that they could kill. Chapter 1185. The Imperial Garden. Emperor Xingyan sat in the pavilion, reading the scroll in his hand under the night sky. There were a few ministers waiting in front of the court. Outside the palace, there were two people waiting. When the ministers who passed by saw one of them, they all bowed and greeted respectfully. "Greetings, Master Mirrormoon." "Greetings, Master Mirrormoon." One of the ministers seemed to be friends with Master Mirrormoon. He had already walked far away, but he took 2 steps back and stood in front of Master Mirrormoon. "Master, please go back. I'm afraid that today's matter will be difficult. The Emperor is furious. Please go back first. Don't get yourself into trouble." After all the people around had left, Yi Zichen stood up. Kuan Erashur looked up at the sky. "Teacher, I'm sorry that you're here today. Please go back. I'll deal with it myself," Kuan Erashur said to Master Mirrormoon, who was beside him. Master Mirrormoon lowered her head and sighed. "It seems that today's matter doesn't depend on you or me. Even I can't do anything," Master Mirrormoon said. At this moment, Master Mirrormoon was still standing in the palace and didn't leave. Emperor Xingyan gave Master Mirrormoon face and didn't ask the Imperial Guards to drive Master Mirrormoon out. If Master Mirrormoon left, Kuan Erashur would probably be arrested by the Imperial Guards immediately. As for the so-called marriage proposal, he couldn't even bring it up until now. How could he bring it up under such circumstances? Kuan Erashur knew that. But for Shueyiwe, he had to take the risk today. "Teacher, please don't worry. I have my ways." Kuan Erashur bowed to Master Mirrormoon. Master Mirrormoon glanced at Kuan Erashur and patted his shoulder. Then, she sighed and turned to leave. Obviously, Master Mirrormoon knew that today's matter couldn't be done. But since Kuan Erashur wanted to continue working hard, she let him. If Master Mirrormoon continued to stay here, it would be very inappropriate. If she left now, she could save some face. But after today, Emperor Xingyan probably wouldn't trust Master Mirrormoon anymore. It was fortunate that he didn't list Master Mirrormoon as an enemy. After Master Mirrormoon left, the Imperial Guards immediately stepped forward and detained Kuan Erashur. "Let me see Emperor Xingyan." Although Lan Kuan was held up by dozens of spears, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he stood firmly on the spot. "Who do you think you are? Do you think the great emperor is someone you can meet whenever you want? Take him down and throw him into the blood prison. The vice-commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhang, however, Kun Erasher, stood still and didn't move. Immediately, Zhang Hu pulled out his long sword and hit Kun Arashi's forehead with the hilt. However, the hilt of the long sword exploded. Obviously, this move couldn't hurt Kun Erasher at all. You have some skills. Seeing this, Zhang Hu also used all his strength and kicked Kun Erasher in the stomach. Boom! Zhang Hu was wearing heavy armor. The power of this kick penetrated metal and stone. It directly sent Kun Erasher flying and kneeling on the ground. Blood flowed out from between his teeth. At this moment, Lan Kun naturally wished that he could stand up and kill Zhang Hu. However, if he did that, his wish to marry Shueyiwe would become even more of a joke. Just you wait. Kun Erasher glared fiercely at Zhang Hu, but Zhang Hu looked at Kun Erasher with disdain. So scary. The young castellan of Kun Castle. Take him away. Kun Erasher was sent to the blood prison by the Imperial Guards. This scene was also seen by the Dragon Guard, who came back to report the situation. However, he was also watching in the dark. So this is the kid who wants to marry Princess Jingan? He really overestimates himself. The boy couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Kun Erasher being kicked away. If it were him, he would have chopped off the lieutenant's leg on the spot. Then, he would have slit the lieutenant's neck. He even thought about the direction of his attack. Unfortunately, the one kneeling there wasn't him. What do you know? The girl somewhat understood why Kun Erasher was holding back. However, after they reported the situation, Emperor Xingyan was determined to kill Kun Erasher. Wanting to be with Princess Jingan was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Inside the imperial city. Although Shueyiwe was staying in the fragrance pavilion, she was extremely concerned about the situation outside. When she heard that Kun Erasher was actually imprisoned in the blood prison by the Imperial Guards, her heart burned with anxiety. Let me out. Do you hear me? Shueyiwe angrily glared at the Vermilion Bird Army in front of her. However, these Vermilion Bird Army guards didn't care about Princess Jingan. They only kept Princess Jingan in the courtyard. The chief of the Vermilion Bird Army, who was in charge of this place, was Sumo. Due to the princess's special status, Sumo was also specially deployed here. The people under him were all women, but if one were to talk about ruthlessness, these women wouldn't hesitate at all. After Sumo entered the city, he also heard a lot of rumors, especially after knowing that Li Zongjiu was in conflict with the imperial family. Wasn't this nonsense? If a fight really broke out, how many attacks could a small courtyard like the White Deer Mansion withstand? Guard this place. Don't let anyone in, and don't let anyone out. If there are any intruders, take them down first. Sumo ordered. Yes, chief. Then, Sumo quietly left the palace and brought a fast horse over. He quickly galloped towards the White Deer Mansion. Although the White Deer Mansion had spies all over the city, they didn't have the ability to know the situation inside the palace. At least for now, they didn't have enough strength. Therefore, when Li Zongjiu returned to the mansion, he didn't receive any news. He only knew that Kun Erasher had been gone for an entire day. Li Zongjiu sat in the main hall. He originally wanted to fiddle with his Dao ginseng fruit. If this fruit was eaten directly, its effects would be extraordinary. At least for his current realm, it would be extremely useful. If it was refined into an elixir, its effects would be even more perfect. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was also thinking about what kind of elixir he should refine from this Dao ginseng fruit. When he heard Xiao Zhao talk about what happened in the city and heard that Kun Erasher had been gone for an entire day, he frowned. Isn't it just a marriage proposal? Why did he go for an entire day? Even his competitor, Li Zongjiu, was sent away, but there was still no news from Kun Erasher. The spies in the palace haven't been set up yet. Therefore, it will take some time to obtain information from the palace. Our strength isn't enough to infiltrate the palace. Xiao Zhao said. Even if the White Deer Mansion was powerful, the palace definitely wouldn't be weak either. If you have this level of skill, the palace also has it. Moreover, it's even better at using it. Some of them are experts sent from all over the world, high-level professionals. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps. Liu Pei walked to the front of the hall. Young master, there's a chief of the Vermilion Bird Army called Su Mo outside. Invite him in. Chapter 1186. Su Mo waited at the door for less than half a minute before Xiao Zhao personally came forward to welcome him. General Su, please come in. Manager Zhao. Su Mo glanced at the quick-witted girl in front of him again. The last time he came, he didn't know about the terrifying power Xiao Zhao wielded in the city. When he found out later, he exclaimed repeatedly that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. He couldn't tell that such a young girl actually possessed such heaven-defying means. Although Li Zongjio was paving the way behind her, Xiao Zhao was the one who put in the effort to complete such a grand scheme. She was definitely not simple. Please come in. Before they entered the main hall, Li Zongjio walked out from the hall. Su Mo, little girl? Li Zongjio looked at the tall girl in red military attire in front of him. The last time they met was in the incandescent mountain. He had even given her an opportunity by gifting her the Millennium Fire Glass Flower. When Li Zongjio saw Su Mo, he knew that the Millennium Fire Glass Flower had been given to the right person. Given Su Mo's strength, she was able to unleash the full power of the Millennium Fire Glass Flower. Its effects weren't any weaker than the Millennium Fire Glass Flowers. Li Zongjio. When Su Mo saw Li Zongjio again, she realized that although Li Zongjio hadn't changed much, he was still wearing the same ordinary attire. However, the arrogance on his face was even more pronounced. If Li Zongjio hadn't possessed such heaven-defying abilities, Su Mo would have really wanted to spar with Li Zongjio and teach this unruly fellow a lesson. Oh no, my friend is in trouble. Su Mo wasn't here to catch up with Li Zongjio. In fact, Su Mo had already violated military regulations by sneaking out. If she was found out, the consequences would be severe. What? That guy called Kuan Erasher was thrown into the blood prison by the great emperor, Su Mo said. Upon hearing this, Li Zongjio's eyes immediately filled with killing intent. In just an instant, Su Mo had already sensed the astonishing energy hidden in Li Zongjio's body. However, he did not know how to resolve this matter today. He didn't even know whether it was right or wrong to inform Li Zongjio about this. Emperor Xingyan, do you really think you're the emperor? Li Zongjio was furious. He had told him nicely, but he didn't listen. Instead, he forced him to make a move. He wanted to make Li Zongjio angry. Today, he had to let this Emperor Xingyan know what his status was. Go, gather all the primitive emperors and let Hong Shi-san lead the team to the blood prison and get him out. Yes, young master. Xiao Zhao was also very excited. This moment had finally arrived. Ever since Xiao Zhao set up the White Deer Mansion, he knew that there would be a day when he would go against the imperial family. Now, it seemed that this day was going to be today. Regardless of life or death, this matter had to be done. Immediately, Xiao Zhao went to gather the primitive emperors. At the same time, he issued a summon order. This summon order was for those who had yet to become the staff of the White Deer Mansion, or those who were idling around. These people were not willing to listen to the orders of the White Deer Mansion for a long time. They wanted freedom, so they did not join for the time being. However, they could be hired with a high price to gather these people. The total number was about 25 people, 25 primitive emperors. It was enough to overturn a royal city. With the power of the White Deer Mansion, it was indeed terrifying to be able to mobilize such a large number of experts in a short period of time. It was no wonder that the imperial family hated Li Zongjio and the White Deer Mansion so much. What are you doing? Su Mo was shocked. Looking at Li Zongjio, it seemed that he was going to rebel. How could she, Su Mo, as the commander of the Vermilion Bird Army, watch this kind of riot happen in front of her eyes? Li Zongjio, don't be rash. Su Mo instantly took out the Vermilion Bird Divine Crossbow from his waist. As the Vermilion Bird Divine Crossbow bounced, an arrow was already on the trajectory. A simple pull of the trigger was enough to unleash a power that could kill a Yuan monarch. Li Zongjio, listen to me. We will think of a solution together. However, if you break out of the prison, you will be guilty of treason. Su Mo was burning with anxiety. She never thought that Li Zongjio would make such an extreme decision. The Vermilion Bird Divine Crossbow in her hand was also pointed at Li Zongjio's head. She had to ensure that Li Zongjio would not attack. Otherwise, she would rather take Li Zongjio down herself than let Li Zongjio do such a thing. This has nothing to do with you. Li Zongjio gently waved his hand and shattered the Vermilion Bird Divine Crossbow in Su Mo's hand. It turned into a pile of parts and fragments that fell to the ground. Su Mo was shocked. Li Zongjio's realm was indeed high. Zongjio, stop. Don't force me to attack. Su Mo's hands were in front of her as a force condensed on her wrists. Just as Su Mo was about to block Li Zongjio, the smoke ball that Xiao Zhao used to gather people rose into the air. Soon after, over a dozen figures swiftly landed in the courtyard. They were also surrounding Su Mo. They looked at Su Mo with a strange gaze. Su Mo surveyed his surroundings. He did not recognize the majority of the people present. However, there were a few people who were extremely famous in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Black and White Chess Emperor Su Wuji. Broken Arm Guest De Guan. Lingnan King. You all. Su Mo's eyes widened. These people were famous primitive emperors in the Xingyan dynasty. However, they had all surrendered to Li Zongjio and gathered in Li Zongjio's mansion. Although Su Mo's cultivation had reached grade 6 Yuan monarch and wasn't weak, how could he possibly have any chance of winning against the group of Yuan monarchs in front of him? Therefore, Su Mo was completely shocked. He stood still and withdrew his Yuan qi. If there was only one person, Su Mo would rather die in battle than retreat. However, he was just an ant, and he was talking nonsense about fighting against a group of elephants. Even if he had the courage to reach the heavens, it was useless. Li Zongjio, by doing this, not only will you not help Kuan Erasure, but you will also implicate the entire Kuan castle, and your White Deer mansion, and even your family. Su Mo continued to persuade Li Zongjio. Now, persuasion was the only way. There was no other way to persuade Li Zongjio. All right, you can rest here, Li Zongjio said. Hong Shi-san, bring everyone to the blood prison. You must save Kuan Erasure. Yes, young master. Even if they were primitive emperors, they had never done such a daring thing. However, if they really wanted to do it, they wouldn't be afraid. Not many people would be afraid of it. Moreover, they were only going to save someone, not to kill someone. So what if it was the Xingyan dynasty? These primitive emperors were very happy to do such a thing. It was better than running into some elemental beast forest to find some ores and treasures, and then having to face some terrifying elemental beast. There was no need for so many experts to attack the blood prison. Li Zongjio just wanted to show off and declare war on the Holy Flame Imperial family. I have never done such an awesome thing in my life. Today I will give it a try. I heard that there are many experts in the palace. Nangong Wuji also rushed over after hearing the news. He also knew about the previous matter. When he saw that these people were ready to set off, he slapped his thigh. Aya, you can't do this. Nangong Wuji wanted to stop them, but he was powerless because he was directly grabbed by Li Zongjio. Follow me into the palace. We will find Emperor Xingyan and have a good chat, Li Zongjio said. What did you say? Nangong Wuji thought that he had misheard, but in the next moment, Li Zongjio directly grabbed Nangong Wuji. Let's go. Their figures soared into the sky. Nearly 30 figures soared into the sky. All the experts in the entire royal city were also shaken. Chapter 1187. Even Su Wancho herself couldn't believe that she was able to witness such a shocking scene. It was so beautiful that she didn't dare to look at it. Without further ado, the current situation of the Bright Moon sect could be considered stable. However, Lu Shui didn't forget about the Xianqing city and Hong Tian sect. Lu Shui brought up these two matters during the sect's regular meeting. The mayor of Xianqing city wanted to murder the sect master, so he deserved to die. Even if the Xianqing sect came to ask for an explanation, they wouldn't do anything to us. They would only ask for some compensation. After all, their people were killed. Li Xianfeng was more experienced in dealing with such matters. After all, the sect had the authority of the sect, and its status was higher than the city's. One must know that if the Bright Moon sect gathered its forces, it would be equivalent to tens of thousands of elite soldiers in an ordinary city. After all, the cultivation of a mystic cultivator required talent. Not only did it require talent, but it also required corresponding guidance and the support of more pills and spirit herbs. These were the most important things. With limited resources, it was extremely lucky to be selected into a sect. Apart from the cities and sects, most of the places were in the form of strongholds, villages, and settlement. The environment of these small places was harsh, and they were constantly threatened by Xian beasts. It could be said that they were very unsuitable for living. If the village wanted to survive, it would need some experts to protect the village. If they wanted to become experts, they had to join a sect. All right, I'll consider this matter carefully. Lu Shui nodded. Even the Bright Moon sect had to lower their heads. In front of the Xianqing sect, they didn't have much say. It was already good enough that this matter could be discussed and reduced to a small matter. Hong Tian sect does have plans of annexation. I don't know much about the details. I only know that they want to annex the surrounding sects and gather the forces of the various sects to become a Cyan sect. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Ao Manjiang, said. Speaking of this matter, he felt a little ashamed. After all, he was one of the main culprits of the rebellion a few days ago. Although he wasn't the main culprit, he was still one of the main forces. The reason why he could survive was because of the kindness of the sect master. Although Ao Manjiang's strength wasn't bad, the Bright Moon sect wasn't without him. Therefore, Ao Manjiang had to be grateful in his heart. Therefore, even though he felt a little embarrassed at the meeting, he still told them everything he knew. However, as far as I know, other than the Bright Moon sect, the Sky Deer sect and the Limestone sect are also targets of annexation by the Hong Tian sect. Ao Manjiang said. This was the limit of what he knew. Logically speaking, when Yu Mingjing and the others returned after being humiliated, they would definitely come back with the momentum of a storm. Up until now, there hasn't been any movement. This is rather abnormal. Lu Shui already had an answer to Ao Manjiang's guess. Yu Mingjing, you don't have to worry about these two people. If I'm not wrong, Zhao Kaishan has already killed them. Lu Shui's words surprised everyone present. Only Li Xianfeng was sitting upright. Today, he was in the hands of Zhao Kaishan. Initially, he did not believe that Zhao Kaishan had such strength. However, after exchanging blows with him, he knew how powerful this guy was. His attacks were ferocious and could not be blocked at all. It really made people wonder if this guy was a Xian beast. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If that's the case, it can buy us some time. Second Elder Shao, he said. The other 4 elders also nodded in agreement. Tomorrow, Elder Shao, please make a trip to check out the situation of these two sections. If possible, it's best to form a strategic alliance. The Sky Deer sect and the Limestone sect were on par with the Bright Moon sect in terms of strength. However, now that the Bright Moon sect's sect leader had changed, this matter would definitely affect the Bright Moon sect. Let me go, Li Xianfeng said. The rest of the people looked at Li Xianfeng in astonishment. One must know that Hall Master Li was powerful and had an arrogant personality. Hall masterly disdained to do ordinary things. Because of his strength, no one could order him to do anything. It was all up to his own free will. However, this time, he took the initiative to volunteer, as if he wanted to do something for the Bright Moon sect. Therefore, it was a little surprising. If Hall Masterly is willing to make a trip personally, that would naturally be the best. Lu Shue's eyes were also filled with joy. Currently, the entire Bright Moon sect only relied on Li Xianfeng and Zhao Kaishan, these two experts. However, Li Xianfeng was an expert on the surface. If he represented the Bright Moon sect, these people would definitely give him face. At the same time, they would not dare to make things difficult for him. At least, their attitude would be better. It was difficult to have a good relationship between the sections. In the end, it would become a fierce competition. It would be difficult to have a good ending. In addition, pass down the order to cultivate. All the major Xian academies will step up the cultivation of the disciples and increase their combat strength. All the elixir quotas will be opened in the sect's treasury and will be allocated twice the usual amount. Lu Shui said. Usually, in order to control and save resources, they would have to carefully consider the allocation of resources. However, now that the sect was in a crisis, they had to increase the allocation of resources to urge the disciples to cultivate. Sect leader is wise. All right, the meeting is over. Lu Shui raised her small hand and rubbed her temples. Some decisions needed to be made by Lu Shui personally, but at the same time, the consequences also needed to be borne by Lu Shui. If there was a mistake in the decision, the entire sect would have to pay the price. This Zhao Kaishan, as a protector, doesn't know how to help. Anyway, Lu Shui did not have time to care about Zhao Kaishan. She could not always rely on Zhao Kaishan. After all, the entire sect could not rely on one person to survive. On the second day, the various parties began to take action. Some of them began to gather information. Those who cultivated. Those who went to talk about cooperation. Li Xianfeng set off early in the morning, only bringing along 2 disciples who were about to graduate, Lu Hao and Wang Su. The disciples were divided into first-generation disciples, second-generation disciples, and third-generation disciples. Lu Hao and Wang Su were considered first-generation disciples. As for Yumanzhou, Su Wanqiu, and the rest, they were called second-generation disciples. The second-generation disciples were still considered disciples and only needed to cultivate every day. They would also be given some small tasks. As for those who had just entered the sect, they were called third-generation disciples. In addition to cultivation, these disciples would also take on some odd job. However, to be able to pass the sect's assessment meant that they had great talent. Chapter 1188. Nangong Wuji. The members of the Extreme Emperor Hall glanced at each other with embarrassment in their eyes. Nangong Wuji was one of the founders of the Imperial Extreme Palace. In other words, the Imperial Extreme Hall was a higher-level imperial army. They were organized and were different from the Guest Elder Protector Court. Now, Nangong Wuji, the founder of the Imperial Extreme Palace, was rebelling against the imperial family. Great Emperor, please let us deal with Nangong Wuji. The people of the Wuji Palace requested. Okay. Emperor Xingyan didn't care about Nangong Wuji at all. Since he was going to use the Wuji Palace in the future, he would let these people deal with it themselves. Thank you, Great Emperor. The imperial guards in the imperial city were unable to put up any resistance. Finally, 2 silhouettes appeared in the pitch-black night sky amidst the flames that filled the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 figures landed on the ground. Kill all intruders! Han Ju shouted and unsheathed his sword. All the imperial guards held their weapons and rushed toward Li Zongjiu and Nangong Wuji. However, Li Zongjiu only waved his sword in the face of these people. A sharp sword chi immediately shot forward from the unparalleled sword. Bang! 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 All the palace guards were directly cut in half. The armor on their bodies played no role in protecting them at all in front of Li Zongjiu's strength. All of the defenses were just an illusion. Even Han Ju was killed by a single slash. Members of the Imperial Extreme Palace kill. Immediately, the experts of the Imperial Extreme Palace stood in front of Emperor Xingyan. There were 7 of them in total, and all of them were high-level primitive emperors. Boom! Nangong Wuji waved his sword. The 7 of them were instantly sent flying. At the same time, they spat out a mouthful of blood. They looked really miserable. Bang! When they landed on the ground, Nangong Wuji frowned. Since both sides were on opposite sides, Nangong Wuji could only use his eyes to signal them not to get up. Even if they rushed forward, they wouldn't be a match for Li Zongjiu. Death was the only way out. Why bother? Li Zongjiu, calm down. Seeing this, the military advisor had to step forward and stand in front of Emperor Xingyan. He would never let Li Zongjiu hurt Emperor Xingyan. After all, this was a task assigned by his sect. Don't make it difficult for me. You don't make it difficult. And I won't kill him today. You'll be spared. Nangong Wuji's palace. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, almost everyone's eyes widened. Emperor Xingyan. Emperor Xingyan. You're Li Zongjiu? Emperor Xingyan looked at Li Zongjiu. This was the first time he saw Li Zongjiu face to face with Li Zongjiu. He also wanted to see what the person who made his imperial city fall into the flames of war looked like. When Emperor Xingyan saw Li Zongjiu, he couldn't help but shake his head. He thought that Li Zongjiu would be a majestic and domineering person. Now that he saw Li Zongjiu, he felt that Li Zongjiu's temperament was too ordinary. You've disappointed me. Emperor Xingyan shook his head. Originally, he was full of hope for Li Zongjiu and took care of him many times. After all, Li Zongjiu could be said to have added a lot of glory to the Xingyan dynasty. His performance at the elixir gathering of the 3 dynasties was enough for Emperor Xingyan to focus on training him. That was why he took care of Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu's performance at the moment was too disappointing. You talk too much. Li Zongjiu directly swung his sword. The military master also simply stomped his foot. The aura of a supreme instantly burst out. He wanted to stop Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu only wanted to test his strength when he fought with the military master last time. This time, the military master dared to make a move in front of Li Zongjiu. He was asking for humiliation. Boom! A plain sword attack came. It was as if the sharpest aura in the world condensed at the tip of the sword. The military master instantly felt his scalp tingle. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Li Zongjiu's sword attack was many times stronger than before. The military master's defense was broken layer by layer. In the end, the military master also threw out a small shield in his hand, forming an absolute defense. Only then did he barely block Li Zongjiu's sword aura. However, this defensive shield also collapsed in an instant. Those who block me will die. Li Zongjiu glanced at the Bing master. Originally, the Bing master thought that he would be able to block Li Zongjiu for a while. At the very least, he would be undefeatable within 100 moves. However, Li Zongjiu defeated him with just 1 move. The military master's body was forced to retreat. The qi and blood in his body were boiling. At this moment, he saw the look in Li Zongjiu's eyes. The sword just now was a warning, but if he continued to rush forward, Li Zongjiu would definitely kill him. After hesitating for a long time, the military master finally gritted his teeth and stood where he was. He did not continue to move forward. Li Zongjiu, you are not bad. Unfortunately, it will be difficult for you to leave this place alive today. Don't worry. After you go down, I will send your clansmen and your friends down with you, Emperor Xingyan said as he stood up. In his hand was the 9-5 Supreme Sword. The sword was full of energy. It was as if there were mountains and rivers surging on it. When Emperor Xingyan stood up, the energy around him also climbed to the peak. The military master also widened his eyes. He did not expect Emperor Xingyan to have already broken through the Supreme Being level. No wonder he was so confident until now. He looked as if he had been prepared for this for a long time. Fifth grade Supreme Being? The military master was shocked. He had been here for so many years and had never seen Emperor Xingyan break through, or even just a small breakthrough. However, at this moment, he was telling the military master that he had already broken through to the 5th grade Supreme Being level. How did he cultivate? After all, he had watched Emperor Xingyan grow up. Military master, the secrets of the royal family are more than you think. Emperor Xingyan looked at the military master indifferently. It was impossible for the military master and the sect behind him to enslave the Xingyan dynasty forever. The Xingyan dynasty had long wanted to find a way to get out of the current situation. Therefore, Emperor Xingyan had been hiding his breakthrough from the military master. He wanted to wait until the time was right to show his strength directly. He did not expect Li Zongjio to be such a hindrance. Since that was the case, he might as well kill Li Zongjio to the end. After killing Li Zongjio, he would then negotiate with the power behind the military master. How about it? What other trump cards do you have? Just use them. Emperor Xingyan seemed to have victory in his hands. I didn't want to kill you at first, for the sake of Shueiyue. But you are looking for death. Don't blame me. Chapter 1189. So what if he was a 5th grade sovereign? Li Zongjio was frightened, but not Li Zongjio. He had seen all kinds of people in his previous life. Emperor Xingyan's strength was only on par with Wu Tian's. When Li Zongjio killed Wu Tian, he had not even broken through yet. Li Zongjio had already broken through to the Supreme Being realm. It would be easy for him to deal with Emperor Xingyan. It was a pity that Emperor Xingyan was still confident. Across the entire Shengwu continent, there were only a few people who had reached a high level of cultivation like him. Therefore, Emperor Xingyan was quite confident. He held the 9-5 Supreme Sword in his hand. There was a 5-clawed golden dragon engraved on the sword. When he channeled his energy, the golden dragon immediately soared into the sky. So you have obtained the secret of the Golden Star Palace. Li Zongjio looked at Emperor Xingyan's mental cultivation method and realized why this old man could break through to the Supreme Being realm. The Golden Star Palace. It was one of the 5 great sects in ancient times. For example, the 14th prince had obtained the inheritance of the Saturn Palace. However, the 14th prince did not dare to use it too much for his cultivation. Therefore, his strength did not increase quickly. Li Zongjio was surprised that Emperor Xingyan had also obtained the inheritance of the Saturn Palace. You know about the Golden Star Palace? Looks like your teacher is not bad. Cut the crap. Li Zongjio raised his sword. A gust of wind immediately blew in the imperial city. The wind was as cold as a knife. A cold light flashed in Emperor Xingyan's eyes. The golden dragon under the sword in his hand soared into the sky and bit forward. The people who were lucky enough to survive in the imperial city all turned pale with fright when they sensed the gathering of this aura. Take the princess away. The Vermilion Bird Army wanted to find Captain Suemo, but they couldn't find him anywhere. Now that the situation was critical, they didn't know what was going on. It seemed like someone had come to attack the imperial city. How could they allow such a vile thing to happen? However, before Suemo left, he specifically told them not to take even half a step out of the courtyard. They had to protect the princess at all costs. Immediately, the Suzaku army was divided. You can't. Before the chief left, he said that you can't leave the courtyard at all. Impudent. Now that the chief isn't here, I'll take command. A woman wearing a red-feathered helmet shouted angrily before turning to look at the remaining Vermilion Bird soldiers in the courtyard. Make your own choice. Do you want to stay here and wait for death, or do you want to protect the princess? The Vermilion Bird army under his command also became quite hesitant. Now, the imperial city was on fire and disasters were happening one after another. Sumo, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen. Most of the vermilion bird soldiers were standing behind him. This woman had suffered defeat at Sumo's hands, but she wasn't willing to accept it. She wanted to make a comeback. Now was such a good opportunity. Not only could she make a contribution, but she could also accuse Sumo of dereliction of duty. Even so, Sumo's 5 personal guards were completely loyal to him. Now that Sumo wasn't here, they naturally had to follow orders. How could they let such a thing happen? Who dares? Those who kidnap the princess will be killed without mercy. There were only 5 vermilion bird soldiers on each side. They held the vermilion blade in their left hand and the vermilion bird divine crossbow in their right. Their defensive posture was very strict and their intent to fight was very clear. A great battle was about to break out at any moment. The imperial city was still burning with flames, but such a scene was happening here. How dare you? How dare you openly rebel and defy military orders? The vice chief swept his gaze over the 5 people in front of him. Take them down. The battle was about to break out at any moment. Both sides were in a tense state. This was because once they started fighting, there would definitely be casualties between them. However, no one wanted to kill their own people. Impudent! Suddenly, a furious woman's voice rang out. The surrounding people were all stunned. The vice chief's body trembled. Just as he turned around, he saw the shadow of a hand swing down. Slap! With a slap, the man's head was knocked askew, and the helmet on his head was sent flying. You sinful thing, how dare you cause trouble at a time like this? Greetings, Vice Chief Su. The Vermilion Bird Army all knelt down. Although the Vice Chief had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth after being slapped, he didn't dare cause any more trouble. He could only kneel down and admit his mistake. What are you all standing around for? Where's the princess? Sumo said coldly. Then 2 vermilion bird soldiers rushed forward. However, even after searching through the entire building, they couldn't find any trace of the princess. Not good, the princess is missing. Hearing this news, Sumo's eyes immediately lit up with fire. Trash, chase after her. Yes. The Vermilion Bird Army began to move within the Imperial City. Outside the city, a group of 7 Dragon Guard soldiers. However, they were stopped by 5 figures, trapping the 7 of them outside the Imperial City. Be careful, the enemy's whereabouts are mysterious. Their attacks are swift and ruthless. The situation in the Imperial City is critical. Send 2 people to rescue them. Long Ma, Long Ing, you 2 go to the Imperial City. The rest of you, cover them. Immediately, 2 of the 7 Dragon Guard soldiers separated and quickly charged toward the Imperial City. Immediately, several rays of dark light shot out from the darkness. These people were very fast and very strong. If they didn't defend carefully, they would be easily injured by the enemy. Some of them were injured by the enemy. These people must be top-notch assassins. They were very powerful. They didn't expect so many top-notch assassins to sneak into the Imperial City. The 4 top-notch assassins were stopped by the enemy. Palace Master Yunqi saw this scene from the side. She also frowned. The current situation was so big that she wasn't prepared at all. However, Palace Master Yunqi knew what she had to do. No, Palace Master Yunqi had already become the Pavilion Master of Zishuan Court. With the help of the White Deer Mansion and Palace Master Yunqi's own strength, she quickly took in the remaining soldiers. As for the other enemy, she had already quietly taken care of him. Li Zongjiu, what are you doing? Although Zishuan Court wasn't part of the White Deer Mansion, Yunqi Palace owed Li Zongjiu a huge favor. Naturally, she had to repay all these favors. Yunqi didn't want to owe such a big favor. Moreover, such a good opportunity to help the White Deer Mansion was actually very rare. Because of the influence of the White Deer Mansion, Zishuan Court also had some status in the city. At least now, people would know what they said. Yun Qi's mission today was to deal with these Dragon Guard soldiers. However, there were still 2 people who escaped and charged toward the Imperial City. At the top of the Imperial Palace, the aura of cultivators gathered. The fortune from all directions also supported the 2 people in the sky. Golden destruction cut. The sword in Emperor Xingyan's hand shone with golden light. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were completely cut apart and retreated several hundred feet. Chapter 1190. It was the metal elemental energy that came from everything in the universe. All of it gathered around Emperor Xingyan. With a furious roar, the sword in his hand immediately slashed towards Li Zongjiu. Insignificant skill. Above the unparalleled sword, an unparalleled sharpness swept out. The 2 enormous sword auras collided. A bright light exploded in the sky above the sacred flame royal city. A terrifying wave spread across the entire sky. The power of vibration sent the 2 Dragon Guard, who were approaching the royal city, flying. What a powerful wave! The battle magnetic field has been established. We can't get close. If we get close, we'll definitely be killed by this power. Long Ying and Nangong Wuji were forced to work together to resist the wave. The experts from the Imperial Hall had also retreated outside the walls of the royal city. Nangong Wuji also commanded these people to use their elemental energy to block the wave to prevent the aftermath of the battle from destroying the entire sacred flame royal city. You're courting death. Emperor Xingyan attacked with his sword. The power of golden light filled the sky. The tip of the sword carried a terrifying golden light as it pierced towards Li Zongjiu. The speed was so fast that it seemed like he had used 10,000 swords in a single breath. However, Li Zongjiu was extremely calm. The number of times he used the unparalleled sword in his hand was very few. However, every time he used the sword, it was enough to stop Emperor Xingyan's swordsmanship. As a result, Emperor Xingyan had not even used a complete set of swordsmanship until now. The commotion caused by the battle had already alarmed all the experts in the city. Everyone leaped onto the roofs of their homes. At such a critical moment, they did not dare to leave their homes. They had to do their best to stay behind and protect themselves. Who knew what would happen tonight? The intelligence personnel in various places had already broken their legs from running around. What happened today was truly a big deal. Emperor Xingyan actually fought with someone. At this moment, the person who was releasing his divine aura in the sky was Emperor Xingyan. Everyone in the city could see him clearly. At this moment, the golden light on Emperor Xingyan's body pierced people's hearts. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone could feel the light radiating from Emperor Xingyan's body like the scorching sun. Under the illumination of such light, any darkness and any enemy would be reduced to nothing. In fact, Emperor Xingyan had personally made a move in the imperial city. This showed that he wanted to show off his strength. However, there was another reason. It showed that his opponent was too strong. Therefore, Emperor Xingyan was forced to take action personally. In other words, there was only one person in the entire Xingyan dynasty who dared to attack Emperor Xingyan. The national protector, Li Zongjiu. In the Haiku dynasty, Li Zongjiu also had another name. Evil Lord. Evil Lord Li Zongjiu. Against the emperor of the Xingyan dynasty. This battle could even be described as shocking and earth-shattering. The tremors from the battle almost shattered the earth and collapsed the sky. Almost everyone who had eyes wanted to watch this battle of unprecedented proportions. However, in front of everyone's eyes, the figure that was originally shining with golden light suddenly stopped. The light was no longer there. At the same time, a sharp aura descended from the sky and landed on the ground. It directly split a road in the sacred flame imperial city into two halves, widening the road again. The crack ran through half of the city. Some of the buildings in the middle of the road were also easily split into two halves. There was also a sword within the sword chi that was descending. It was a huge sword that was shining with golden light. The the 9-5 Supreme Sword. Some people went forward to investigate and found that this sword was Emperor Xingyan's sword. It was also one of the national treasures of the Xingyan dynasty. But now, he was sent flying by a single sword strike. In the sky, the height of the two people had risen to a state of nothingness. My hand! Emperor Xingyan's left hand covered the severed part of his right hand and immediately roared in pain. His whole body trembled. It was not because of the pain of having his hand chopped off by Li Zongjiu, but because he was defeated by Li Zongjiu. You are the King of Fire. There was a fiery red figure beside Li Zongjiu. Ever since this fiery red figure appeared, Li Zongjiu's combat power increased greatly. Just now, he had chopped off his hand with a sword. The 9-5 Supreme Sword had just fallen from the sky. With such power, it easily cut a huge crack in the sacred flame Imperial City. The King of Fire hovered beside Li Zongjiu. The light on the unparalleled sword also showed that the King of Fire was the sword spirit of the unparalleled sword. Supreme. You are already a supreme. Why did you turn into a sword spirit? Emperor Xingyan felt that it was unbelievable. He had already reached the supreme realm, but now he still became the sword spirit of the divine sword. No wonder even his own sword was no match for Li Zongjiu's unparalleled sword. Soul Slash. Li Zongjiu threw out the Soul Slash flying knife that he had refined. Emperor Xingyan saw it and quickly retreated. Boom! Emperor Xingyan immediately retreated. However, the Soul Slash flying knife's speed was faster than expected. It directly entered Emperor Xingyan's body and shattered the original spirit in Emperor Xingyan's body. Emperor Xingyan had inherited the Golden Star Palace, and his original spirit came from the Golden Tiger Divine Beast of the Golden Star Palace. However, this Golden Tiger Divine Beast's fate was quite miserable. Emperor Xingyan spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible! My original spirit! What did you do to me? When Emperor Xingyan pulled out the flying knife from his back, he was shocked when he saw the ancient seal on it. Li Zongjiu, listen to me. Don't kill me. Killing me won't do you any good. Seeing that Li Zongjiu had raised his sword, Sacred Flame Heavenly Emperor hurriedly exclaimed in horror. It had not been easy for him to cultivate to this level. Sacred Flame Heavenly Emperor truly did not wish to fall like this. Just a moment ago, he was still a brave and unrivaled man. In the blink of an eye, he almost knelt down to Li Zongjiu. You're begging for mercy so soon. I thought you were very stubborn. Li Zongjiu sneered. King of Fire turned and entered the unparalleled sword. King of Fire's current body could not be condensed for long, and his intelligence had not fully recovered, so he looked a little sluggish and slow. It was most important for him to stay in the unparalleled sword and get a good rest. I was wrong just now. It was my fault. I should not have threatened the Imperial Tutor's family. Please forgive me, Imperial Tutor. As he spoke, Emperor Xingyan also released a barrier. If people knew that the dignified Emperor Xingyan was kneeling and begging for mercy, what would happen? Therefore, Emperor Xingyan also needed to save face. Li Zongjiu directly slashed out with his sword. Whoosh! One of Emperor Xingyan's arms was sent flying. It was the right arm that had been cut off. Eat this pill and guard the courtyard of my White Deer Mansion in the future, and I will let you go. Chapter 1191. Li Zongjiu's words stunned Emperor Xingyan. Although Li Zongjiu had defeated him, there was no need for him to humiliate him. Li Zongjiu, I am the emperor of a dynasty after all. Emperor Xingyan was immediately enraged. You don't give me any face at all. At least, you should give some face to someone of the same level. Not anymore. As soon as Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he appeared in front of Emperor Xingyan. Obviously, Emperor Xingyan did not understand the current situation. Li Zongjiu punched Emperor Xingyan in the face. A terrifying force surged out and paralyzed half of Emperor Xingyan's face. Bang! Then, he kicked Emperor Xingyan's dantian to pieces. Emperor Xingyan fell from the sky. If he left his family's gate in the hands of such a person, Li Zongjiu would not be at ease. Sooner or later, he would destroy this guy. Immediately, Emperor Xingyan fell from the sky. However, with a loud bang, he smashed into a mountain outside the royal city. This mountain was directly flattened. Emperor Xingyan himself was probably not going to make it after such a violent fall. Moreover, his dantian was directly destroyed by Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's figure returned to the sacred flame royal city from a new place. "You killed the great emperor!" Two figures rushed out and surrounded Li Zongjiu from the front and back. They were Long Ying and Long Steed. Previously, when Li Zongjiu and Holy Flame Emperor were outside the imperial city, the magnetic field created by their battle had prevented them from approaching. Now that they saw Li Zongjiu appear unscathed, while Holy Flame Emperor was nowhere to be seen, they were shocked. He must have been killed by Li Zongjiu. As the Dragon Guard, he actually failed to fulfill his responsibility to protect the great emperor. To the Dragon Guard, he was simply letting down his ancestors and letting them down. Since he could not protect the great emperor, he should at least kill Li Zongjiu and avenge the great emperor. Are you protecting the great emperor of the Xingyan dynasty, or are you protecting that person? Li Zongjiu glanced at the two young children in front of him. Dragon Guard's people were indeed quite talented. However, the only disadvantage was that these people could not be recruited by others. Originally, Li Zongjiu wanted to simply eliminate these people. The reason why he let those people go was because they really couldn't pose any threat to Li Zongjiu. But these people were not the same. If they were allowed to grow, there might be one or two people who could pose a threat to him. Dragon Guard will naturally protect the royal family and the great emperor. Alright then, come find me tomorrow. As he spoke, Li Zongjiu flicked his finger and sent the two of them flying tens of thousands of meters away. Moreover, their own Yuan Li was also sealed by the other party. The two of them fell to the ground and rolled a few times on the ground, eating dirt all over their bodies. Damn it, I'm going to fight it out with him. After Long Ying got up, he was furious. He wanted nothing more than to tear that brat into pieces. However, he realized that the Yuan Li in his body had been sealed in his dantian. Oh no, my Yuan Li has been sealed. Mine has been sealed too. This person can fight with the great emperor and even kill him. His strength is naturally not something we can compare to. After the dragon steed got up, he sat back down on the ground helplessly. Just now, if Li Zongjiu wanted to kill them, he could easily take their lives with just a flick of his finger. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Why are you sitting here? Hurry up and return to the city. We can't go back. This place is a full 500 miles away from the royal city. Without cultivation, it will take at least 2 days to walk back by foot. The dragon steed also chose to give up. The Yuan Li that he had painstakingly cultivated for 20 years was actually sealed by the other party with just a flick of his finger. Now, any 3 or 4 experts would probably be able to defeat the two of them. Of course, this did not include the life-saving items in his hands. If he counted these life-saving items, it would be enough to guarantee his own safety. Damn it, is that guy a god? Naturally, Long Ying was very unhappy. And extremely unhappy. Moreover, he knew that this Li Zongjiu was the one who forced the unparalleled Sword Emperor to leave. Now, it seemed that the unparalleled Sword Emperor and the others left quickly. If they were a little later, they probably would not be able to return. What did he mean by waiting for tomorrow just now? The dragon steed's focus was on what Li Zongjiu said just now. Li Zongjiu could even kill the great emperor, so killing a few dragon guard like them was naturally nothing. However, Li Zongjiu did not kill them. Instead, he sealed their Yuan Li and sent them hundreds of miles away. The two of them considered this carefully, and then their eyes were filled with shock. This is bad. He wants to change the emperor. When the two of them guessed this matter, they were completely shocked. They had never seen such a savage villain. He actually wanted to take control of the Xingyan dynasty. But even if they knew such a thing, the two of them were powerless. In the royal palace, the war master looked at the ruined royal palace. This was the true wrath of a supreme martial artist. It was completely unimaginable. When Li Zongjie was angry, he would completely explode. This was the result of angering Li Zongjie. Li Zongjie destroyed the royal palace. There were no signs, and no preparations were needed. He allowed you to stay in the royal palace because he was too lazy to bother with you. How do we clean up this mess? The war master sighed helplessly. At the same time, he knew that the entire Xingyan dynasty was now under the control of Li Zongjie. If Li Zongjie wanted to stay in the royal palace, then the entire Xingyan dynasty might be plunged into chaos. Naturally, someone will do this kind of thing. Li Zongjie looked in a direction. As expected, someone walked in with his personal guards, and Kuan Erasure was among this group of people. Boss! Kuan Erasure was excited when he saw Li Zongjie. He almost rushed up to Li Zongjie to give him a hug, but Li Zongjie kicked him away. Lie down on the ground. Master. The person bowed in front of Li Zongjie. The war master was surprised when he saw this. He did not expect the final winner to be the 14th prince. Sure enough, he hid his strength well and didn't reveal his true strength. This is the person who ordered Marshal Uncle Kuan Erasure to be locked up. The 14th prince moved. Then, a few soldiers grabbed a person. It was the vice-commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu was tied up and kneeling on the ground. Zhang Hu was in a state of shock when he saw the earth-shattering changes in the royal palace. He could not believe his eyes. Spare me, Your Highness. Imperial tutor, spare me. Please spare me, Zhang Hu kowtowed and apologized. Li Zongjie glanced at Zhang Hu. Speak. 14th prince kicked Zhang Hu's body. It's me. It's me who ordered the imprisonment of the young city lord. I deserve to die, I deserve to die. This was Zhang Hu's idea. He knew that the Emperor Xingyan did not like Kuan Erasure, so he simply showed his intelligence here. So, he ordered Kuan Erasure to be locked up in the blood prison, so that he could ask for a reward from the Emperor Xingyan, who knew that he would provoke the imperial tutor, Li Zongjie, and then the entire royal palace would be destroyed. It was terrifying. It was like the end of the world. The imperial family had been established for more than 300 years, but it had only been 6 hours from the moment it was destroyed. Perhaps even less than 6 hours had passed. No one knew how many experts had died tonight. Kuan Erasure did not say anything. He stepped forward and cut off Zhang Hu's head with his sword. Where's Shui Yue? Kuan Erasure looked around. Go and find her. When I came here, she should be protected by the Vermilion Bird Army. Li Zongjie said. Kuan Erasure immediately turned and ran towards Shui Yue's small courtyard. You can handle things here, right? Li Zongjie looked at the 14th prince. Today, the 14th prince was very happy. He never thought that it would be so easy for him to sit on the throne. With his master's help, almost all the problems were solved. Now, it was up to the 14th prince's own strength. Master, please don't worry. Leave things here to me. Well, your father doesn't seem to be dead yet. He was the one who smashed down just now. Find time to dig him out. The 14th prince originally thought that Li Zongjie had killed Emperor Xingyan. Although it would make things more troublesome, it could still be solved. However, the 14th prince did not expect Li Zongjie to spare Emperor Xingyan's life. This made things easier. Thank you, Master. Military Master, the royal palace still needs someone to protect it. Now that my father has been attacked by the Ten Swords sect, we must suppress the Ten Swords sect. Chapter 1192. The 14th prince threw the blame on the Ten Swords sect with a single sentence. Li Zongjie naturally turned and left. The other two princes who wanted to fight for the throne were naturally left to the White Deer residence to deal with. After tonight, the situation in Monarch City would change as well. The military advisor looked at the change of power in front of him. He was shocked. He had been staying in the palace for a long time, so he hadn't seen much of the world. However, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. He reckoned that such a thing wouldn't happen in other places. It was unbelievable. However, to the military advisor, it did not matter who the emperor was. As long as the royal family of the Saint Flame Empire continued to maintain contact with the sect behind him and continued to obediently provide resources, it would not be a problem. It would be the same no matter who it was. Of course, the prerequisite was stability. If they had to switch every 2 or 3 days, the military advisor would not be able to withstand such a torment at his age. In any case, he had to stabilize the situation first before anything else. Hong Shi-san and the others did not find Kun Erasure in the blood prison. Therefore, he simply tore down the entire blood prison. When they arrived at the palace again, they saw that it had basically become a pile of ruins. They all stared with their eyes wide open. Fuck, this is too fierce. At this moment, the people in the White Deer Mansion knew very well who would be in charge of the Xingyan dynasty from now on. Inside the city, countless people raised their heads and looked over. Song Jiyu looked at the burning palace and felt her heart being hammered once again. The fighting in the palace continued until now. Only then did the city guards slowly rush towards the palace. Although the safety of the palace was not under the control of the city guards, there was no guarantee that they would be able to get involved. However, it was obvious that the city guards did not want to help at all. Otherwise, they would not be in such a leisurely state. However, they had to move again. Otherwise, it would be bad for the city guards' image if they were seen by others. Yun Qi led the dragon guard trapped and rushed toward the palace. However, the situation was already decided. The dragon guard was like an idle person who was of no use. The 14th prince had already led the Xuanwu army to control the situation in the palace. The people of the 4 major clans could not help but look up at the sky. It felt as if the sky above the Sacred Flame Royal City had changed because of this. The sky above the Sacred Flame Imperial City is changing. The sky above the Sacred Flame Imperial City has changed. Many people saw Li Zongjiu, who had aggressively killed his way into the Sacred Flame Imperial City, walk out unscathed. Xiao Zhao in the White Deer Mansion heaved a sigh of relief when he received the news. At the same time, a smile gradually appeared on his face. As long as the young master was still around, everything was negotiable. There were still many people in the White Deer Mansion who were not qualified to participate in this battle, including Yi Tianshui, Leng Outyan, and the others. However, they had also received a lot of news about Li Zongjiu and what had happened in the palace tonight. Many of the top forces in the city, such as the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor and the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, were not affected. This was because Li Zongjiu had not destroyed the Xingyan dynasty. It was just killing an emperor. Such a small matter was nothing. The other institutions of the dynasty were operating normally, because the 14th prince had already announced that he would take over everything in the palace. The 3rd prince and the 5th prince had also announced that they would withdraw from the court and would no longer interfere in court affairs. Some of the officials in the city widened their eyes when they heard the news. They also quickly sent people to investigate the situation. Furthermore, the 14th prince had dealt with these people without batting an eyelid. This made the officials of the imperial court tremble involuntarily. Previously, they had underestimated the 14th prince. No one had even considered the 14th prince's strength. Now, everyone in the imperial city knew that the White Deer Mansion was the backer of the 14th prince. It was equivalent to the imperial tutor, Li Zongjiu, standing behind the 14th prince. Who would dare to act recklessly? All of them were working under the 14th prince. However, this was also a benefit. After all, none of these ministers had ever stood against the 14th prince before. Or rather, all of them had stood against the 14th prince. Therefore, there was no need to worry. After all, the 14th prince would eradicate those who disagreed with him before he was born. This kind of thing was very easy to deal with. For these people, they cherished their lives even more. No one wanted to lose their lives just like that. It had not been easy for them to get to where they were today. However, there was one thing to take note of. No one knew what kind of temper the 14th prince had. If they accidentally offended him, they would probably be beheaded immediately. Therefore, they still needed to understand the temperament of the newly appointed emperor before they really did anything. If he was not the emperor, what else could he be? Li Zhongjiu did not return to the White Deer Mansion. Instead, he found Kun Erasure to search for Shueiyue together. However, after searching around, they still could not find her. You still haven't found her? Li Zhongjiu asked. Kun Erasure also shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, a large number of vermilion bird soldiers rushed out and surrounded Kun Erasure and Li Zhongjiu. Most of them did not recognize Li Zhongjiu. These people in the army only recognized the official tags. Who are you people? The vermilion bird soldiers surrounded the two of them and aimed their bows at Li Zhongjiu and Kun Erasure. Put down your weapons, Suemo ordered. Suemo ordered as he walked out of the army. He looked at Li Zhongjiu with a complicated look in his eyes. He didn't even know what was going on right now. In her heart, she knew that Li Zhongjiu had killed Emperor Xingyan. Logically speaking, she was an army that protected the Xingyan dynasty. She should have fought Li Zhongjiu to the death. However, other than the fact that she could not defeat him, she also thought that Li Zhongjiu was her savior and friend. Have you found the princess? Suemo asked. The Vermilion Bird Army's duty was to find the princess, not to capture rebels. Even the Vermilion Bird Army had to obey military orders. No. I've already searched the entire city, but I haven't found her. Kun Erasure nervously clenched his fist. Li Zhongjiu had also used his psychic energy to cover the entire city, but he had not found any trace of Shueiyue. This was truly strange. Take me to the place where she first disappeared, Li Zhongjiu said. Although Suemo didn't know what Li Zhongjiu wanted to do, he still did as he was told. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu had not destroyed the entire palace when he had barged into it. Moreover, the pavilion that belonged to the Watermoon Palace's palace master was not damaged in the slightest. After all, Li Zhongjiu had been here before, so he had paid a little attention when he arrived. Our Vermilion Bird Army has a platoon here to protect the princess. There are 30 inside and outside, 50 patrolling, and 20 hidden sentries. With the princess's cultivation, it is impossible for her to leave without a trace. Although the Vermilion Bird Army was young, any one of them was capable of capturing Shueiyue. After all, the tempering and training they had undergone was not something a little princess could compare to. As for talent, everyone in the Vermilion Bird Army was exceptionally talented. This was because the Vermilion Bird Army was not as large as the other 3 trump card armies. Their main duty was to protect the princess. However, if they were needed to go into battle, there would naturally be no problem. They would be able to sweep through everything before the battle. Chapter 1193. If that's the case, then how can she not be seen? Koen Arashi's heart was also burning with anxiety. This matter was too strange. The Vermilion Bird soldiers who were in charge of guarding the room also said that they did not see the princess leave. Now, the ones in charge of guarding the palace were Wang Ding and his city guards. From the looks of it, after tonight, Wang Ding would be promoted from the city guard to the commander of the Imperial Guards, or even the commander of the Imperial Guards. Li Zhongjiu and the others naturally returned to the palace without any obstructions and arrived at the courtyard. Everyone else is here. Don't wander around. Li Zhongjiu gestured for the others to stay where they were. Suemo brought Li Zhongjiu and Kun Erasure to Shueiyu's room. Logically speaking, the princess's room did not allow outsiders to enter, but now there were no such restrictions. When they walked into the room, they found that the surrounding windows were all tightly shut and everything was untouched. There was not the slightest bit of mess, and there was no sign of luggage being prepared or packed. It was obvious that Shui Yu did not want to leave. Li Zongjiu saw some clues. He immediately raised his hand and saw that the elemental energy in the room was rapidly gathering. This energy was originally very weak and very fine, and could not be seen with the naked eye. However, under Li Zongjiu's command, the elemental energy was continuously gathering. A magnificent scene appeared in front of his eyes. Boom! 3 lines formed by elemental energy appeared in front of them. This elemental energy belongs to Shui Yu. I recognize it, Koan Erasher said. He pointed at one of the lines that had a faint pink color. These 2 lines should belong to the Vermilion Bird Army. The 3 lines of elemental energy were like a flowing river of elemental energy. Although they were only as thin as a line, one could feel the surging energy on it. This was a kind of shrinking world. One could feel the surging energy on it. Because the 2 of them were guarding the door, their elemental energy fluctuations were weaker. There's one more. Li Zongjiu magnified one of the aqua moon energy, and the 3 of them immediately discovered an extremely weak gray yuan power aura. Clearly, there was another person in Shui Yu's room. He found this aura. Suemo was also very surprised. Impossible, no one has come to visit during this period of time. Even the food was sent in by our Vermilion Bird Army. There shouldn't be anyone else in the house. Suemo said. They're not your people. Li Zongjiu grasped the gray elemental force in his hand, but he realized that this force was quite ferocious. Although it seemed small, it was incomparably powerful. Just from the aura left behind, one could tell that this terrifying power was not below that of Li Zongjiu. Just as Li Zongjiu's elemental force came into contact with this gray energy, it was as if this energy was a ball of terrifying raging flames, instantly erupting and enveloping the 3 of them. However, it didn't injure the 3 of them. With Li Zongjiu present, it couldn't injure them. What is this? Koan Erasher asked. This is the message he left behind. Li Zongjiu said. This expert had clearly predicted that someone would be able to find this aura. Otherwise, he would not have left this message in the elemental energy and waited for Li Zongjiu to find him. Quickly look at what he said and what he left behind. The disappearance of the princess was a serious matter. If they did not handle it well, their entire Vermilion Bird Army would lose their head. If they lost the princess, what kind of Vermilion Bird Army would they be? Therefore, Suemo was also very nervous. Continue watching, Li Zongjiu said. However, the 3 of them were surrounded by flames, but the flames did not harm them at all. It was enough to see that the scene in front of them was constantly condensing. It seemed like they had passed through an endless ancient mountain range. They kept moving forward. From this perspective, it seemed like there were people flying through the clouds. They passed through endless mountains and rivers. Finally, the scene in front of them appeared. They were surrounded by fierce and majestic beasts. These beasts were huge. Just a swipe of their claws was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. The scene finally stopped at the top of a mountain. The mountain had already pierced through more than 10 layers of clouds. In the mountains above the clouds there was a palace. At the entrance of the palace stood a figure with a blank expression on his face. Girl. Koan Erasher saw this figure and immediately called out. Princess. Suemo could not help but shout, but it was useless. At this moment, Shui Yu was hundreds of thousands of miles away from them. The scene disappeared and the 3 of them returned to the room. What is that place? Why are there so many beasts? Koan Erasher could not wait to know where that place was. He wanted to find Shui Yu. However, in Sumo's eyes, there was a trace of surprise and speculation. Could it be that place is the name of that place that Suemo thought of had already shocked her? She did not even have the courage to say it out loud. For ordinary people, such a place was directly associated with death. Wilderness, Yunding Heavenly Palace. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He did not keep them in suspense. From the looks of it, she must have been taken in by someone from the cloud-top heavenly palace. This is a good thing. She even left a message. If you want to find her, just remember the cloud-top heavenly palace. Wilderness? Koen Erasure was still unfamiliar with this term. However, Suemo had heard of it. The wilderness is dangerous. Everyone has been there 5 times. Suemo slowly said. The dynasty's 4 trump-card legions are formed once every 5 years. All of them are retired soldier kings who have gone in to explore, but no one has ever returned. It is the ultimate arena for training soldiers. Of course, it is also the graveyard of the soldier kings. Many people want to challenge it, but no one has ever succeeded. Hearing Sumo's words, Koen Arashi's eyes widened. He was already thinking about how dangerous the wilderness was and what were his chances of survival. To enter the wilderness, you need to be at least a sovereign. To enter Yunding Heavenly Palace, you need to be at least a 6th-grade sovereign. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He did not expect that there would be people from Yunding Heavenly Palace in Sacred Flame Royal City. Speaking of the cloud-top Heavenly Palace, Li Zongjiu had also fought with it in his previous life. Strictly speaking, these people had only established a sect in the wilderness. It was still within the sacred martial continent and did not even surpass the wilderness. There were indeed many experts in Yunding Heavenly Palace. Basically, as long as one was a sovereign, they would receive an invitation. Those who were chosen by them basically had the potential to break through to the sovereign realm. Chapter 1194. The Cloudtop Heavenly Palace is actually not that mysterious. If I hadn't fought with Emperor Xingyan just now, I would have definitely discovered this person. Li Zongjiu said. Suemo looked at Li Zongjiu in surprise. The untainted land was the graveyard of their soldier kings. The cloud-top heavenly palace in front of them was obviously built in the depths of the untainted land. How could such a sect be weak? However, Li Zongjiu also said that one had to be at least a supreme master to enter the untainted land. This place was equivalent to a high-level map. If one were to sneak in, any random thing one would encounter would be a top existence. How could one resist? As for the Dao Soldier Kings team mentioned by Suemo, it was estimated that they would have been killed by the meta-beasts in the untainted land as soon as they entered. However, the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace's intention is to cultivate supreme masters. Since Shueiwa was chosen, it means that she has a chance to reach the supreme master realm. You don't need to worry about Shueiwa. You should worry about yourself, Li Zongjiu said. Breaking through to the Supreme Master Realm. Do I have that possibility? Koen Erasure didn't expect Shueiwa to get such a great opportunity. After all, that was breaking through to the Supreme Master Realm. Their Koen Castle did have a Supreme Master in the past. Otherwise, it wouldn't have formed such a powerful family. However, that was the strength of the ancestors. How could he reach that level? This made Koen Erasure very worried and anxious. The strongest people in the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace are only 2 9th-grade Supreme Masters. They haven't even reached the complete realm. It's nothing. With the power of the Koen in your body, it's not difficult to break through to the Supreme Master realm. However, if you want to activate the power of the Koen in your body, you have to go to a place. Li Zongjiu said. If Li Zongjiu personally guided Koen Erasure, it would be enough to help Koen Erasure break through to the Supreme Master Realm in less than 200 years. However, that would take too long. Moreover, this kind of growth with the help of others was nothing. Only when one fully stimulated one's potential between life and death, could one be considered a real expert. Primordial world. Koen Erasure clenched his fists and squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. However, Koen Arashi's eyes were filled with determination. He had to step into the untainted land. Only the pressure of the untainted land could fully stimulate the potential of his body. To Koen Erasure, this was the most important thing. Life and death didn't matter. If he couldn't see Shueiyu again in this life, then there wasn't much meaning in living. You want to go to the untainted world? Are you crazy? Suemo thought that he had already explained the dangers of the untainted land. Even the troops formed by the soldier kings of the past generations could not break out of the encirclement in the untainted land. None of them could even come back alive. With Koen Arashi's cultivation, he would definitely die if he went there. You can depart after 7 days, Li Zongjio said faintly. Although Koen Arashir didn't know why Li Zongjiu wanted him to depart after 7 days, he reckoned that Li Zongjiu wanted him to at least calm down during this period of time. If he went there directly, he would most likely end up as a meal for the primordial beast. You can't go to the untainted land. Suemo wanted to persuade them, but he realized that he couldn't persuade the two of them. Thank you for your kindness, General Su. If I can't find Shueiyu, then there isn't much meaning in living, Koen Arashir said. Suemo didn't understand the friendship between Koen Arashir and Princess Jingon. However, seeing that Koen Arashir was so affectionate towards Princess Jingon, he felt more or less reassured. At least the Xingyan dynasty's princess didn't look down on people. Get everyone to disperse, Li Zongjio said. No one expected such a thing to happen. Emperor Xingyan was beaten up for no reason. Later on, Princess Jingon was taken away, and this old man didn't even know about it. It was simply stupid. The one who suffered the most was Emperor Xingyan. This vice-commander of the Imperial Guards took the initiative to imprison Koen Arashir and curry favor with Emperor Xingyan. However, he also angered Li Zongjio. Without any explanation, he pulled Emperor Xingyan down from the throne. In the future, he would lose the entire dynasty. Moreover, Li Zongjio crippled the latter's cultivation. He didn't have many years left to live. As for whether the 14th prince would listen to him, Li Zongjio didn't care. If the 14th prince did not listen to him, even if he could deceive him, he would not be able to get past Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio would kill him in a matter of minutes. What could he do? Therefore, Li Zongjio wasn't afraid of the 14th prince at all. Of course, today's battle had already made the 14th prince realize his position. If his strength didn't surpass Li Zongjio, then he wouldn't be able to get rid of Li Zongjio. Suemo also reported this matter truthfully. She was taken away by a powerhouse. This was a good thing for the royal family. At least, when Shueiyu returned, the Xingyan dynasty would have another powerhouse. After a busy night, dawn finally arrived. That night, many people couldn't sleep. On the second day, the 14th prince announced that he would be temporarily in charge of the imperial court. Because the Sacred Flame Emperor was ill, he could not continue to manage the imperial court. In the imperial city, no one dared to object. In this situation, it was obvious that whoever objected would die. Therefore, these people obediently shut their mouth. Moreover, the 14th prince had already announced to the world that it was the 10 Swords sect who attacked the imperial palace yesterday. He issued a kill order for the 10 Swords sect to pay the price. Although this kind of thing was obviously nonsense and knew that it was nonsense, only people knew the truth now. After a period of time, basically no one would know the truth. Naturally, they would treat this matter as true. Sometimes, the truth wasn't that important. What the person in power wanted to make people believe was what really mattered. Li Zongjio also became the real imperial tutor. Later, he also gave great help to the White Deer Mansion. It was simply the face of the entire dynasty. Of course, this was a story for later. After Li Zongjio defeated Emperor Xingyan, there was nothing out of the ordinary. This was because he asked Xiao Zhao to send over a lot of medicinal herbs. Then, he announced that he would be going into seclusion for 7 days. As usual, when he refined pills, it was unpredictable. Could it be that in Li Zongjio's eyes, defeating Emperor Xingyan was really a very simple thing? Now, it seemed that it was indeed so. The commander of the city guards, Wang Ding, was appointed as the commander of the Imperial Guards. He was promoted by 2 ranks. It was quite dazzling and could be considered as the 14th prince's trusted aide. After all, they all came from the White Deer Mansion. When Long Ing and Long Ma returned to the Imperial City, only then did they know that the Imperial City had undergone earth-shattering changes. Chapter 1195. 7 days later. The incident in Monarch City was quickly covered up. The Imperial Court had even issued a ban to prevent excessive discussion. Furthermore, they had already drafted a plan to suppress the Ten Swords sect. As for whether Li Zongjiu had killed Emperor Xingyan, it was impossible to say for sure. No one could say for sure what had happened. However, everything in Monarch City remained the same. There weren't any unnecessary disturbances. Only the threshold of the White Deer Mansion had been replaced. This was because there were more people coming through the door. However, Li Zongjiu hadn't shown his face during this period of time. In 7 days, the sky above the White Deer Mansion had already been filled with hundreds of pill lightning bolts. Those who didn't know would have thought that the people in the White Deer Mansion had done something that angered the heavens and the people. However, they discovered that these were all pill lightning bolts. Judging from the number of pill lightning bolts, Li Zongjiu had refined at least 10 grade 6 elixirs in the White Deer Mansion. What is Eunuch Li trying to do? Refining so many high-grade elixirs. It doesn't matter what he's trying to do. What's truly terrifying is that Elder Li actually possesses such great strength. The interval between each elixir is extremely short. Furthermore, he has been refining elixirs non-stop for the past 7 days without stopping. The people from the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion were also staring at Li Zongjiu's actions. They were naturally shocked by Li Zongjiu's strength. Within the Azure Ocean Academy, there were also a few experts who were staring in the direction of the White Deer Mansion. However, they naturally didn't dare to offend the White Deer Mansion. Moreover, the Azure Ocean Academy's purpose was only to nurture more talents. They were a group of people who were focused on education. They even invited Li Zongjiu to become the honorary dean of their Azure Ocean Institute. This honor was accepted by Xiao Zhao on behalf of Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was naturally happy to accept such a title. After all, the current strength of the Azure Ocean Academy was no longer inferior to that of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor and the Imperial Martial Pavilion. In fact, it had even formed a tripartite situation. As such, Li Zongjiu would be able to send even more disciples of the Li family to the Azure Ocean Academy. Of course, the disciples who were sent there had to undergo training at the White Deer Mansion. They had to go through Liu Pei's military training before they could be sent to these academies. Otherwise, these people would think that it was easy to get such an opportunity. That was not what Li Zongjiu wanted to see, but it was clear that Li Zongjiu had little experience in education. Xiao Zhao was also gathering all the great teacher resources in the world. At the same time, he also had a plan for the White Deer Academy. Of course, this plan was still being discussed. It was not difficult to set it up, but the most important thing was to be able to operate and maintain it. Xiao Zhao did not have much experience in this aspect, so it had to be done slowly. On the 7th day, the thunderclouds above the White Deer Mansion finally calmed down a little. Kuan Erishur had already taken care of other matters. When she heard that her brother was going to the wilderness, Lan Yuyan was so scared that she hurriedly rushed over from Kuan Castle. She originally wanted to persuade Kuan Erishur to stay, but Kuan Erishur was also very determined. If he did not go, it would hinder his cultivation. It would be difficult for him to improve in the future. Lan Yuyan, who had just arrived, did not know that Li Zongjiu had already eliminated Emperor Xingyan. Kuan Erishur and the others naturally would not speak carelessly of this matter. This matter could only be discussed slowly in the future. This White Deer Mansion is really big. Lan Yuyan was considered a knowledgeable person. She had seen some extremely magnificent places before, but compared to the White Deer Mansion, they were lacking in flavor. Within the White Deer Mansion, the surrounding decorations and designs were elegant yet noble, low-key yet not lacking in substance. It was definitely a top-notch design and craftsmanship. There were not many people in the world who could create such a design. You're here. Oh, Miss Yuyen is here too. Li Zongjie walked in. Kun Erasure and Lan Yuyen both stood up. Lan Yuyen felt a little uneasy. After all, she had come without informing them beforehand, which was a little impolite. Have a seat. You should know that Kun Erasure is leaving, right? I know. This brat favors outsiders. If he can't bring the girl back, then don't come back. Lan Yuyen pretended to be angry as she spoke. Kun Erasure could only nod repeatedly in agreement. I refined 106th grade elixirs and 37th grade elixirs. Whether it's for detoxification or cultivation, they have miraculous effect. Take them with you on the road. You should know how to consume them. Li Zongjie did not waste any more words. He directly took out 2 bottles. One bottle contained 106th grade elixirs, while the other bottle contained 37th grade elixirs. It seemed that these high-grade elixirs were like small stones in Li Zongjie's eyes, which could be casually thrown away. It should be known that if an ordinary person were to casually get one, they would probably store it as a treasure or even worship it. How could these elixirs be piled up in a bottle? Little did they know that by putting the elixirs together, they could strengthen and retain their medicinal properties. This is too much. Kun Erasure was completely shocked. Although he knew that Li Zongjie would give him some elixirs, he did not expect that he would give him so many at once. That's right, elderly. This is an experience. How can we give him so many things and give him a shortcut? You can't do that. Such precious pills, elderly, you should keep them for yourself. Lan Yuyen said repeatedly. He could not accept such a big gift. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Here are 3 8th grade elixirs. If you take them at a critical moment, they will be enough to save your life. In addition, I have integrated a formation seal into these 8th grade elixirs. If you are in danger, crush the elixirs and I will be able to sense it. Whether you save yourself or I save you, there are only 3 chances. If you can't come out alive, I will find a random day and treat it as the anniversary of your death. Li Zongjie said. Kun Erasure looked at the 3 bottles in his hand and understood Li Zongjie's good intentions. After giving Li Zongjie a fierce hug, he did not argue and directly put away the elixirs. Boss, don't worry. Even if Kun Erasure has to crawl, he will crawl out of the untainted land. Kun Erasure said firmly. Lan Yuyen looked at the side and could only sigh. In the end, she also hammered Kun Arashi's chest. Come back quickly, do you understand? You are not allowed to play outside. Yes, second sister. Kun Erasure said seriously. This could be considered a long time. Li Zongjie did not ask Kun Erasure to stay for a meal. It was not a big deal for a young man to go out and explore more. Otherwise, if he was always under the protection of his parents and brothers, when could he become a real pillar of the world? Lan Yuyen only sent Kun Erasure out of the city. The rest of the road was left to Kun Erasure. 1 man, 1 horse, 1 spear, 1 sword. They set off, all the way to the east. Chapter 1196. Kun Erasure had already left. If others knew about the treasures he carried with him, they might try to kill him several times over. However, if he couldn't even leave the Xingyan dynasty, then there was no need for him to go to the cloud-top heavenly palace. He just had to obediently stay in Kun Castle. Do you want someone to accompany you for a stroll in the city? Li Zongjie looked at Lan Yuyen, who had returned after sending off Kun Erasure. No need. Lan Yuyen smiled. This matter is over. I should go back. Okay. Xiao Zhao, send them off for me. Li Zongjie had been continuously refining elixirs for the past 7 days. These elixirs were quite heavy. Even for Li Zongjie, it was extremely difficult to refine them. Especially when refining the 3 grade 8 elixirs, he had almost exhausted all of his strength. Therefore, he needed a certain amount of time to rest and adjust. It was understandable for Xiao Zhao to send them off. Li Zhongjiu didn't need to be polite to everyone. Naturally, there weren't many people who could be personally sent off by Li Zhongjiu. Those who could be personally sent off by Xiao Zhao were already given enough face. This time, she was fortunate enough to see Li Zhongjiu in Royal City. For Lan Yuyan, it was already quite worth it. However, she was indeed unwilling to go back just like that. Miss Lan, I heard that you once opened a martial hall in Kuan Castle, but it was later closed. Is that right? Xiao Zhao looked at Lan Yuyan and said. Currently, Xiao Zhao's temperament was no longer that of a servant. Instead, he had the bearing of someone who was in control of the world. However, he was extremely low-key and reserved. This was because he had been with Song Jiu for a long time, which had greatly influenced him. That's right, we don't have enough manpower. Moreover, the situation in Kuan Castle doesn't allow for it. If I have the chance, I would like to properly set up a martial hall. However, if you want to practice martial arts, you must first cultivate your body and mind. Lan Yuyan said. Her heart was full of melancholy. In fact, Lan Yuyan didn't like the family business that much. There were many things that needed someone to handle. On top of that, in Kuan Castle, Shui Kuan's faction had been eyeing it covetously. It was not that he was unwilling to hand over the position of city lord. Instead, it was because the people from Shui Kuan's faction possessed murderous intent. If they were to take control of Kuan Castle, they would bring about an enormous disaster. After sending Xiao Zhao all the way to the door, Lan Yuyan was also preparing to bid farewell to him. However, she saw Xiao Zhao pressing down on Lan Yuyan's raised hand. If there was an opportunity today, and the White Deer Mansion provided all the resources for you to set up an academy, what would you do? Xiao Zhao looked at Lan Yuyan and said. Lan Yuyan was stunned when she heard this. Wasn't the meaning of Xiao Zhao's words obvious? However, could it be that he was going to leave such an important matter to Lan Yuyan? Set up an academy? Me? In Monarch City? Lan Yuyan asked in confirmation. That's right. In Monarch City, the White Deer Mansion can take care of all the official documents, environment, and external forces needed. However, the true core of an academy still needs someone to control it. For this, I'm looking for someone with experience and enough courage to be qualified. Xiao Zhao looked at Lan Yuyan and said. Lan Yuyan confirmed again and again that this wasn't a joke. If Miss Xiao Zhao agrees, Lan Yuyan is willing to go through water and tread on fire. Lan Yuyan said. Obviously, this matter was going to be a big deal for Lan Yuyan. In that case, our deal is considered a deal. Xiao Zhao smiled. If it was based on ability and strength, there were many people who were more suitable than Lan Yuyan. However, no one was as passionate as Lan Yuyan. Only the passion in one's heart could lead one to better and more dazzling success. Just experience wasn't enough. One had to have passion as well. The academy in Kuan Castle was built by Lan Yuyan using her time and energy outside of work. She even invested all of her own money. This was because this project didn't receive the support of the Lan family. Although it was called a martial arts hall, the instructors that Lan Yuyan invited all started from teaching martial ethic. If they didn't come to learn skills, but to listen to you spit on them, who would be willing to come? Therefore, under the pressure of many parties, this martial arts hall quickly fell into the dust. Now, her wish to build an academy could be realized in Monarch City. Firstly, she could fulfill her wish and do what she liked. Secondly, she could bring the culture of Kuan Castle to Monarch City. Letting the world know more about Kuan Castle and expanding the influence of Kuan Castle was a very important matter. This kind of opportunity was naturally rare and valuable. If it was successful, it would be something to be proud of for Lan Yuyan. I'll do it right away. Lan Yuyan immediately became excited. After all, she was still young and didn't need to think too much. If this matter was successful, it would naturally be the best. If it wasn't, she could just take it as accumulating some experience. This kind of situation was also quite beneficial. Of course, Lan Yuyen was happy for another reason. That was that she had a legitimate reason to stay in Monarch City. Although she couldn't become Li Zongjiu's woman, at least she could be one step closer to the man she liked. This was definitely an unexpected surprise for Lan Yuyen. Xiao Zhao smiled in understanding. At least he finally found a responsible person and entrusted this matter to her. After all, Xiao Zhao wasn't omnipotent. Naturally, he couldn't handle many things by himself. Moreover, Xiao Zhao's main focus was naturally the big and small affairs of the White Deer Mansion. Of course, these incidental value-added businesses were just casually handled. It was good that this matter was successful. It was equivalent to opening up a path for the White Deer Mansion. At the same time, it would increase the reputation of the White Deer Mansion. This was such a good thing, so why not? Li Zongjiu had already settled all the threats in the huge Xingyan dynasty. Even many threats from the Haiku dynasty had been eliminated. For the Li family in Luoxia City, there were still some dangers. They were safe, but there were still some hidden dangers. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't need to deal with these hidden dangers. If there were no enemies, then this family would have a hard time growing. They needed enough pressure to push them from behind. Now the Li family could sit back and relax. It could be considered extremely stable. They just needed to pay attention to some ignorant people. Li Zongjiu rested for 2 days. He took out the ginseng fruit in his hand and prepared all the supplementary herb. The Prime Sovereign Soul Fusion Pill. This time, I want to see what kind of surprise it will bring me. Li Zongjiu's recent realizations. The power of the 4 primordial spirits was too scattered. Now that his cultivation had reached the supremacy realm, if he merged the primordial spirits, there would definitely be a breakthrough. Chapter 1197. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had used the Guzuan soul-merging elixir to integrate the power of the 4 great dragon souls into his body. However, doing so was indeed against the heavenly Tao. Li Zongjiu was already very lucky to be able to get such a result by chance. Moreover, if he were to take this kind of pill in this life, Li Zongjiu only wanted to achieve one kind of effect. He wanted to merge the 4 great origin spirits into one, leaving only one origin spirit. This way, he would not have to spend so much effort to cultivate them one by one. After spending 5 days, Li Zongjiu finally refined the elixir. Seeing the Guzuan soul-merging elixir again, he felt rather close to it. It was also because of this elixir that Li Zongjiu had such a great opportunity to start over. Such an opportunity could not be replicated. It's still too early to consume this elixir. The success rate of the integration is too low. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. When one's yuan power, mental energy, and physical strength all reach the sovereign realm, the corresponding dragon souls would naturally reach the sovereign realm as well. Only then could the success rate be increased. After all, this was an unscrupulous act. However, there was no doubt that if this succeeded, Li Zongjiu's strength would increase by several times. Moreover, it would be on top of the original foundation. The elixir had been successfully refined. Now, Li Zongjiu's mental energy had not yet caught up to the yuan power and physical strength realm. Hence, he needed to work on his mental energy. Immediately, he gathered many heavenly treasures that could improve his mental energy. Li Zongjiu also cultivated with the white god Fu every day to adjust his condition. He also cultivated with the help of elixirs. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. There were a few major things that Sacred Flame Royal City had done in recent days. First, they refined the Heavenly Water Sect, besieged the 10 Swords Sect, and crippled the 10 Swords Sect. In the end, they apologized one after another. This battle also displayed the strength of the Xingyan dynasty. In addition, Zhao Lei had also been promoted to the head of the Imperial Guards because of the Hua family's contributions. Of course, most people knew that this was because Zhao Lei belonged to the White Deer Mansion, so they had to take good care of him. If one followed the right person, the road to promotion would naturally be fast. Of course, one had to have real ability to stay in this position. There was another big matter. The Xingyan dynasty moved the capital. Because the original imperial city was already in ruins, and the Dragon Vein itself was also damaged, the imperial palace was directly transferred. Many people guessed that it was because Li Zongjiu's White Deer Mansion had already controlled the entire Xingyan dynasty. Even the imperial power could not exert its power here. Furthermore, it was impossible for the White Deer residents to move away, so they could only move away from the imperial city. For such a huge matter, the White Deer residents didn't say anything. No matter where they moved to, as long as they dared to act recklessly, Li Zongjiu would be able to destroy them. It was just a way to find peace of mind. The new city was located in the Xingyan dynasty's Dingqian province. It was a Qiankuan city by the Qiankuan River. When the imperial palace moved here, it was directly renamed Qiankuan Sacred City. After all, the 14th prince had obtained the inheritance of the Saturn Palace. He knew that only by moving the imperial city here could it be passed down for generations and be immortalized. The construction of the imperial palace took 2 months. Only the main hall was completed. The 14th prince had already moved there, discussing politics and building at the same time. In addition to the imperial palace, the 14th prince also ordered the construction of the imperial Tudor mansion. Obviously, the 14th prince knew that if he didn't get on Li Zongjiu's good side, he probably wouldn't even have a way out. The scale of Qiankuan Sacred City could only be considered ordinary. However, with the relocation of the imperial court, it would definitely become prosperous. Similarly, the prosperity of the Sacred Flame Imperial City was destined to not decline. After all, the foundation of many families was here. Moreover, even if the 14th prince was in charge of state affairs, if he encountered such a big matter, he would still need the approval of the person in the White Deer Mansion. It was considered a very big matter. However, it was not a big matter for Li Zongjiu. After the imperial palace moved away, the original place was directly flattened. It was bought by the White Deer Mansion. An extremely huge academy was built. Li Zongjiu named it Tianzong Academy. The position of the academy master of the Tianzong Academy was not held by Li Zongjiu, but by a young girl from Kuan Castle. Her identity and background were very clear, so it was not difficult to investigate. However, such an important position suddenly fell into the hands of a person called Lan Yuyan. Obviously, the White Deer Mansion valued Lan Yuyan very much. Then, Lan Yuyan and the Kuan Castle behind her walked into everyone's sight. However, the establishment of the Tianzong Academy. The surrounding people had to make way for it. Moreover, many teachers were poached from the Imperial Martial Pavilion and the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Many powerful alchemists were even recruited from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. After all, although the Tianzong Academy did not have Li Zongjiu's name on the surface, it was undoubtedly the property of Li Zongjiu. On this day, Li Zongjiu was fishing in a fish pond in the Tianzong Academy. Speaking of which, Lan Yuyan was really good at running the academy. She had almost turned many talents into extremely formal things. Apart from the orthodox path of cultivation, such as culinary skills, it was very interesting. She had directly hired the famous chef from the imperial kitchen to become a teacher. She also welcomed people with cooking talent to enter and learn. Cooking was a very simple and vulgar thing in the eyes of ordinary people. However, after some research, many people were surprised to find that cooking well was not as simple as cultivating origin energy. If a chef graduated from the Tianzong Academy, he would naturally be a famous person when he went out. It was enough for countless restaurants and inns to spend a lot of money to hire him. It seemed that only by inviting such an expert to take charge could one distinguish the difference between mediocrity and oneself. Being of a high grade was the most important. Such a messy subject was actually created by Lan Yuyan. At first, it was really worrisome, but it was unexpectedly successful. In the future, there would be more and more geniuses in the Xingyan dynasty. It was really amazing. For example, the fish that Li Zongjiu was fishing in the pond now was prepared to be sent to the kitchen to be processed and cooked in a while. It was unknown who said that the fish he caught would be more delicious and delicious when cooked. Today, it was mainly because Li Zongjiu and his wife had come to the Holy Flame Imperial City to visit. After all, their son had forced the imperial court to move away. Such an awesome thing, of course they had to take a good look at it and see how Li Zongjiu was doing. Chapter 1198. A fat salmon was attracted by Li Zongjiu's hook. After it was hooked, it was still in the bucket, wagging its tail. Send this fish to the Divine Chef Academy and let them have a good meal, Li Zongjiu said. Behind him, two maids hurriedly lifted up the buckets. His fish is too small. Give me this one, said a middle-aged man. A middle-aged man at the side said. With a wave of the fishing rod in his hand, a fish weighing 3 jin was hooked up. Send mine over as well, young man. You still need to practice more. Ha! Li Tianqing's face was filled with pride. Li Zongjiu smiled. This kind of leisure time was what he wanted. Now that he was at the top of the world, all the disputes had come to an end for the time being. Therefore, the disputes among other people were still going on, but at least for Li Zongjiu, he did not need to worry about these things. At present, there were very few things that could affect him. This academy is really well established. Many people don't have the talent for cultivation, but they are forced to cultivate. This is not right. If there is a chance, they should still choose what they are good at. However, it is not easy to maintain such a world. Of course, the world had to be peaceful. Only then would he have the opportunity to study other things. For example, cooking. After going out to study hard for 5 years, he returned only to find that his home had been robbed clean. How would he settle this matter? You really have a lot to worry about, Li Zongjiu teased. Boy, you must be itching for a beating. Li Tianqing raised his eyebrows. In this world, if anyone except him dared to say such things to Li Zongjiu, they would probably be skinned alive by Li Zongjiu. Half an hour later, 3 plates of delicious dishes were placed on the table. The main ingredients were all the fishes he had just caught. Even though he had the ability to see through heaven and earth, he had never seen Li Zongjiu being extravagant. In this life, he only enjoyed some very ordinary things. This chef's skill is indeed not bad. When is Yanran coming back? Did you even take it to heart? Chen Shi fiercely pinched Li Zongjiu's arm. Li Zongjiu was also full of grievances. Every 2 days, he would use his spiritual power to search the entire Xingyan dynasty for possible places where there might be movement. Qi Yanran cultivated in the legendary divine Sparrow realm and obtained such a supreme inheritance. Even Li Zongjiu had no way to find the location of the divine Sparrow realm. The divine Sparrow realm was an independent space. It could appear anywhere, but there was no way to find it. The only way to find it was through the exit. Moreover, you can only wait for him to appear on his own. Otherwise, you won't be able to find it. I'll go look for it right now. If you can't find me, don't come back. Chen Shi looked extremely ferocious. Li Tianqing, who was standing to the side, saw this and laughed loudly. Hurry up and eat. I have an appointment with Old Man Qi to play chess in the afternoon. Li Tianqing said. He had only been here for a few days, but he was already quite familiar with the way around. You have nothing to do, but Qi Shaohun has a lot of things to deal with every day. He can't be as carefree as you. However, if Li Tianqing came, it was impossible not to greet him. This was Li Zongjiu's father. Maybe his words were more effective than Li Zongjiu's. In other words, they had just lost a few games of chess in the past few days, which directly gave them 2 new mining rights. Moreover, the proportion of primordial stones left had also increased. This made the Qi family rich in an instant. It could be said that they had reached the sky in a single bound. In the past, Li Zongjiu naturally wouldn't take the initiative to arrange these things. However, after Li Tianqing came, these things were much easier to deal with. As long as Li Tianqing was happy, things would naturally be easier. Li Zongjiu used his mind power to cover the entire Xingyan dynasty, looking for any place where there was an abnormal fluctuation. Once he found it, he immediately went to search for it. With his current strength, he could almost reach any corner in half a minute. In the southeast corner of the dynasty, there was an abnormal fluctuation, but Li Zongjiu determined that it wasn't the aura of the divine sparrow realm. Soon, an urgent military order was sent to the White Deer Mansion. At the same time, a secret report was presented. The time difference between the news and the news was almost negligible. After Xiao Zhao read the contents of the report, his eyes widened. Immediately, he opened his eyes wide. His eyes were full of disbelief. He quickly sent the news to Li Zongjiu. "Young master, something big has happened." The place where Li Zongjiu often lived was the Sky Sect Academy. This was the old site of the Imperial Palace. Later on, Li Zongjiu had set up many array formations to add luster to the Sky Sect Academy. Now Li Zongjiu had authorized Xiao Zhao to manage everything. Only some matters that involved the Li family would be discussed with Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu's intention was to hand over the authority to Xiao Zhao. If the authority was handed over to the main family, it would be inevitable that the authority would be used for personal gain. If it was for the good of the Li family, then it would naturally be a good thing. However, if it wasn't for the good of the Li family and was used for personal gain, then it would be a disaster for the Li family. Li Zongjiu believed in Xiao Zhao's strength. Even if it harmed the interests of some people in the Li family, he would still agree. As long as they were alive, Li Zongjiu would suffer some losses. What was important was that the Li family could survive. Ordinary matters didn't need to be reported to Li Zongjiu. However, today, Xiao Zhao personally came to see him. "Speak. It's about the remains of the sacred martial emperor's underground palace. It appeared in an ancient forest in the southeast corner of the dynasty in the early morning. Just now, there was a secret report that some stone armor men appeared in the underground palace." Stone armor men? Li Zongjiu had never heard of stone armor men in his previous life. Could it be related to the ancient demon clan? Now that the ancient demon clan was rampant, it gave the empires and dynasties a chance to train their troop. If the world was peaceful, naturally, after a long time, many people would naturally forget the majesty of the imperial court. Only when there was a crisis would they think of the stability and peace brought by the imperial court. Therefore, the 14th prince, was now the crown prince. The crown prince was a fierce commander. At the same time, he also issued the demon-slaying order, which could be exchanged for rich rewards with the imperial court using the demon bead. Chapter 1199. The appearance of the stone armor man had caused a great disturbance. Moreover, someone had defeated the stone-armored soldiers and found some rare jewels from them. The origin of these jewels was also confirmed. They came from the era of the powerful Saint Martial Great Emperor in ancient times. Suddenly, this area had become a gathering place for experts. At least tens of thousands of experts had gathered in various places of the dynasty. Moreover, the White Deer residents had also received important news, and several hidden aristocratic families had also revealed themselves one after another. The fight for the stone armor man was bound to be a big event. A great disaster had occurred. Of course, Li Zongjiu didn't care about the stone armor man. What he really cared about was the treasures in the underground palace of the Saint Martial Emperor. This was a legend that had affected many people. Countless experts wanted to get a share of it. The Saint Martial Emperor. If that's the case, the Saint Martial Emperor should be an absolute saint as well. There might be some secrets in his tomb, murmured the Saint Martial Emperor. Li Zongjiu didn't know much about absolute saint items. However, there was a lonely soul hidden in the Azura cauldron. It seemed to be an absolute saint who had wandered from the primitive land. He had to go to the primitive land, but Li Zhongjiu had to reach the absolute saint realm first. The stone armor man. Let's keep an eye on him and see if there are any changes, Li Zhongjiu ordered. Li Zhongjiu was now waiting for Qi Yanran to show up. Almost half a year had passed in the divine sparrow realm. Even if it was the inheritance, it should be about time for her to come out. Yes, young master, Xiao Zhao replied. They had to keep an eye on it. Obviously, Li Zhongjiu didn't want to get involved for now. Li Zhongjiu didn't care about the current level. What was the use of killing the stone armor man to get some random jewels? However, in this place called Stone Forest, the situation wasn't as simple as they had imagined. Even the information they received was only one-sided. The real scene was even more terrifying than they had imagined. In the Stone Plains forest, the number of stone-armored people that had appeared was quite large. Moreover, these stone-armored people were extremely good at hiding. If they relied on each other, from a distance, they would clearly look like a very large rock. No one would have thought that this was the case. This was the stone-armored man. Moreover, the stone-armored man was extremely terrifying in battle. Although his moves were very simple, his attacks were extremely swift and fierce. He wouldn't be afraid of any Yuanli attack unless the opponent's strength was enough to break through his defense. Otherwise, he could just pretend that the stone-armored man didn't exist. He easily blocked all of the attacks. At this moment, there was a group of 5 people quietly approaching the forest. Moreover, they were extremely cautious of the surrounding movements. They were a profession that had just emerged recently, called stone hunters. These stone men seemed to have been sealed with magic, and not all of them contained treasures. Only some powerful stone-armored people would have treasures in their bodies. However, as long as you found it, it would definitely be worth it. The return rate would be very high. Moreover, some jewelers had already begun to set up stalls nearby, buying these antiques at a high price. There wasn't even a single city within 100 miles. This showed how remote this place was. There was only a small town called Stone Town 50 miles away. Stone Town originally had a population of about 600 households. It was considered a very small place. However, recently, many people had rushed in and started to do business in this town. It was quite popular. After searching for so long, I still haven't seen any stone-armored people. Do these things really exist? A woman seemed to be a little impatient. The weather was so hot, yet she still had to crawl around in this place full of mosquitoes. This kind of life was simply too much. It was only because she heard that a lot of precious jewels would appear that she agreed to make a trip. However, after searching for so long, she still hadn't found anything. Instead, she was taken advantage of by these mosquitoes. However, just as her voice fell, the ground under her feet suddenly shook as if there was an earthquake. The woman was directly lifted to a high place. Ah! The woman hurriedly stabbed the sword in her hand into the ground, trying to stabilize her body, but it was useless. She was still swaying. Most importantly, her body was still rising. This caused the woman to be extremely alarmed. Stone-armored people! So big! The remaining 4 people were still standing on the ground, looking at the stone-armored people that kept rising. Everyone's eyes widened. They had never heard of these stone-armored people's height before. They were actually close to 30 feet tall, at least 7 or 8 meters tall. The stone-armored people's faces were based on the stone carvings. After looking at them, they were also quite shocked. After all, this stone-armored person also had a kind of aura. Looking at it made people feel like their souls were being taken away. The stone-armored person raised his hand and slapped down. Boom! When the slap landed, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. 2 people reacted quickly and dodged to the side. However, the other 2 people were directly smashed into meat paste. After seeing this scene, the other 2 people who were dodging were so shocked that they even forgot to breathe. Then, the stone-armored person stomped down again, crushing one of them into pieces. The other person also got up and ran outside, wanting to find out that this was the stone forest. In the face of such huge monsters, no one would want to fight them. However, the stone-armored person didn't move. Instead, he directly uprooted a big tree beside him and threw it forward. Bang! Countless sharp branches pierced through the man, piercing his intestines and stomach. The man fell to the ground, blood flowing out. He died with his eyes wide open. These people came here with the intention of making a fortune. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a thing? They were unable to fight back at all. They had overestimated their own ability. No, to be precise, they had underestimated the ability of these stone-armored people. Even this batch of stone-armored people that could drop jewelry and equipment were not on the same scale as this batch of stone-armored people. Such a terrifying degree was enough to easily destroy them. At the very least, one needed to be an Origin Emperor expert to be able to contend with it. At this moment, the woman standing on the stone-armored person's head trembled at this scene. In the blink of an eye, her companions had been killed by the stone-armored person. She was alone, so how could she possibly have the ability to survive? The stone-armored person stretched out his hand and slapped his head as if he was swatting a mosquito. The woman standing on the stone-armored person's head was directly smashed into meat paste. Chapter 1200. Over the past few days, the appearance of the armored stone man had attracted a large number of stone hunters. Most of them had some strength. At first, only a few Sky Origin Ancestor level experts had gathered here. However, as time passed, these Sky Origin Ancestor level experts seemed to be lacking in strength. The appearance of Yuan Monarch level powerhouses had gradually taken over this place. A camp had been set up in Stone Town. Today, news of many Sky Origin Ancestor level powerhouses dying had suddenly spread, causing the powerhouses hidden in Stone Town to get excited. If even the Sky Origin Ancestor level experts had died, this meant that the armored stone man, who was carrying an even more precious treasure, had appeared and thought that his treasure was more precious. This was also the time for these Yuan Monarch level powerhouses to make their move. Immediately, they saw that there were at least 1,000 Yuan Monarch level powerhouses. Those who were slightly weaker would be too embarrassed to charge at the front and would only dare to stay at the back. They would pick up the leftovers later. Stone Plains Forest was extremely vast. Even if tens of thousands of people entered, there would not be any commotion. It was really hard to tell how many people there were. However, something terrifying happened. Nearly 1,000 Yuan Monarch level powerhouses had entered Stone Plains Forest. All of them had disappeared without a trace. It was strange that they had disappeared just like that. Half a day had already passed. Logically speaking, these people should have retreated after nightfall. However, these people were still inside and had not retreated. Some people went forward to investigate but did not find any traces. However, traces of battle could be seen everywhere in the forest. There was also blood left behind. There was no blood on the armored stone man's body. At dusk, a cool breeze finally blew out of Stone Plains Forest. When this breeze blew into Stone Town, everyone could smell the faint scent of blood. Everyone could smell the faint smell of blood in the air. At the beginning, it was only a little bit. It was very faint. However, as time went on, the smell of blood became heavier and heavier. The only conclusion was that most of the people who had entered Stone Plains Forest were already dead. When such a terrifying thing happened, some timid people were probably scared to death. However, some courageous people were even more excited. This meant that a precious treasure would appear in this place. In a corner of Stone Town, there was a farmhouse that had been bought by someone. The original owner took a large sum of money and went to the nearest city to live a happy life. Obviously, the person who took over the house was also from a wealthy family. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fork out such a large sum of money to let the other party move away directly. Family head, a fishy wind is blowing. The stone-armored men in the Stony Plains forest have already grown to 10 meters. An old servant whispered to a gray-robed old man. The old man was also holding a book in his hand and reading it under the dim light of the oil lamp. From time to time, he would frown. What was surprising was that the book in his hand didn't need to be flipped. The content would move on its own and be displayed in the book. It was truly astonishing. Such a wondrous object was the wordless heavenly book. And the one who had the wordless heavenly book was the Yun family, known as the #1 collector's family in the world. This gray-robed old man was the head of the Yun family. The wind blew. Yun Fengqi closed the wordless heavenly book and moved his fingers. I have already calculated that these stone-armored men are very cunning. They actually dared to lure the human race to their death. Pass down my order. All disciples of the Yun family enter the Stony Plains forest and hunt down stone-armored men that are 10 meters tall and above. These stone-armored men must have some ancient books in their bodies. Yes, family head, the old servant replied. After the order was passed down, these people moved out one after another. As for the battle strategy, it was already planned beforehand. Therefore, it was a very simple matter. They only needed to find the right target. Master, you are familiar with ancient and modern times. What is the origin of these stone-armored men? Obviously, the old servant was very curious about the origin of these stone-armored men. They didn't look like meta-beasts, nor did they look like humans. How did such a huge difference come about? How could such a thing appear? Therefore, the old servant was very curious. It is difficult to define these stone-armored men. However, it is more appropriate to call them living puppets. When the Saint Martial Emperor was about to rule the world, he turned his millions of soldiers into terracotta figures and sealed them in the secret underground palace to form this Yin army. The Yin army won't die, and the Saint Martial Great Emperor has set up a soul-returning array in this tomb. If the world is too peaceful, the Yin army will appear and slaughter living creatures. Their blood will spill over the earth, and in the end, the power of the blood will be absorbed by the Saint Martial Great Emperor, completing the reincarnation method of resurrection. Of course, that might not necessarily be accurate. However, the bodies of these stone-armored people carry treasures from the ancient era. Firstly, it's used to lure greedy people. Secondly, it's used to suppress the power in their bodies, so that they can fight for the Saint Martial Emperor for generations to come. After listening to the explanation of Yun Fengqi, the old servant was enlightened. He didn't expect the origin of these stone-armored men to be so great. They were even refined by ancient soldiers. Although this method was very cruel, it was enough to see how terrifying the Saint Martial Emperor was. If such a Saint Martial Emperor was resurrected, the impact would be very bad. Taking advantage of the night, the people of the Yun family all sneaked into the stony forest. These experts of the Yun family made a precise battle plan. They were not greedy for rewards. After the commotion in front of them, the experts of the Yun family swarmed forward and killed a 10-meter-tall stone-armored man. Even this stone-armored man was comparable to a mid-level Yuan monarch. Fortunately, there were many experts in the Yun family. After smashing the stone-armored man into pieces, immediately an ancient scroll appeared. They didn't recognize the words on the ancient scroll. However, when their family master, Yun Fengqi, received the ancient scroll, he laughed crazily. They had never seen their family master so excited. The 12 Scriptures of Taixien. It is the legendary 12 Scriptures of Taixien. If we can obtain these 12 Scriptures of Taixien, we will be able to find the final destination of the Saint Martial Emperor's secret treasure. This was equivalent to a treasure map. Who wouldn't want such a precious item? However, at this time of the morning, the people who were resting in the stone town suddenly heard the earth shaking as if the earth was collapsing. Someone climbed up the tall building of the town and looked out. Immediately, they saw a group of gigantic stone-armored people rushing towards the stone town at high speed. By the time someone saw it, the fastest golem had already smashed a hole in Stone Town's wall with a loud bang. Chapter 12:01. The defensive wall of Stone Town was only an earthen wall that was less than 6 meters tall. The stone-armored men were huge and easily destroyed the earthen wall. However, Stone Town did not have any defensive power. After the stone-armored men rushed in, they destroyed all the houses easily. They even had giant weapons in their hands that smashed the roof. Some of the people who had fled into the streets were also killed by these weapons. Blood splattered everywhere in Stone Town. All the people fled, but they were not as fast as the stone-armored men. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire Stone Town was destroyed. However, the Yuan Qi masters who had come from afar also encountered these stone soldiers directly. It was already too late for them to escape, as there were hundreds of Yuan monarchs in the small town. Everyone tried to attack, but they were all crushed by the stone-armored men. The Yun family experts led the Yun family patriarch, Yun Fengqi, to kill their way out of the encirclement and encountered the terrifying stone-armored men. Patriarch, retreat quickly. The Yun family guards rushed out on a few fast horses, but they were chased by the stone-armored men. 2 Yuan monarchs died on the spot and their corpses were not left intact. Go into Stone Plains Forest. Yun Fengqi shouted. Immediately, more than 10 fast horses changed direction and rushed into the forest. If they were on flat ground, they would not be able to escape the stone-armored men's pursuit. After losing nearly 6 people in a row, Yun Fengqi followed the last 7 guards and charged into the Stone Plains Forest. After the 7 of them disappeared into the forest, the stone armor men actually turned around and continued to destroy the stone towns. The huge stone town had been completely destroyed. After destroying Stone Town, the stone-armored men used a long stone spear to skewer all the corpses they could find. All the corpses were dragged back. Only 20 to 30 stone-armored men were dispatched, but they were equivalent to thousands of soldiers and horses. The first ray of dawn had just risen, but Stone Town, which had been beautiful all day, was already destroyed. The news of Stone Town's destruction quickly spread to Qinggo City, which was 150 kilometers away. After Qinggo City received the news, they sent 3 scouts to see if the news was true. However, they received a positive answer. Immediately, the city lord of Qinggo City immediately reported the news to the imperial court. It was an extremely urgent matter. Such an important military matter naturally could not be delayed for even a moment. Find out what it is. Jiang Sui, the city lord of Qinggo City, asked. We've searched the entire town, but we haven't found a single survivor. We haven't even found a complete corpse, only some broken limbs. However, there are many hard rocks that are nearly 10 feet wide at the scene. They should be the recently rumored giant stone-armored men. It's the stone-armored men again. Why hasn't the imperial court sent troops here yet? Just as Jiang Sui was having a headache, in the distant sky, a large group of red scarlet flame birds appeared. When Jiang Sui saw the traces of the scarlet flame birds, he was shocked. But then, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. It's the Vermilion Bird Army. The dynasty's Vermilion Bird Army is here. Jiang Sui quickly ordered people to clear the drill ground so that the Vermilion Bird Army could land. Immediately, the Vermilion Bird Army landed. There were a total of 75 Scarlet Flame Bird. I'm Su Mo, the Left Commander of the Vermilion Bird Army. I've been ordered to take over the defense of Qinggo City. At this moment, Su Mo had already changed into a set of armor. He was currently wearing an ink-green armor with a General Token sword at his waist. The Green Feather Token sword. Qinggo City Lord Jiang Sui greets General Su. Jiang Sui quickly bowed. It was actually the Left Commander of the Vermilion Bird Army who had personally come. He was already considered the number 3 person in the Vermilion Bird Army. In addition to the Left Commander, there was also the Right Commander, and then there was the Commander. Su Mo was young, but he was already the Left Commander. He was definitely a powerful person. The Scarlet Flame Bird army under him was the fastest army in the imperial court. No matter where it was in the imperial court, it would arrive within a day. It was clear that the imperial court had already received the news without Jiang Sui's report. After all, the imperial court attached great importance to the appearance of the stone-armored people. Behind the stone-armored people was the martial Saint Emperor. There were even many secluded families that had already begun to pay attention to the situation here. The martial Saint Emperor's ruins were the final goal that everyone was looking for. Give me all the information you know. Also, evacuate the citizens of the city. Take my General Token's sword and quickly go to the nearby cities to dispatch troops to defend the city. Suemo ordered the Vermilion Bird army behind him to take over the city's defense. He also ordered City Lord Jiang Sui to personally dispatch troops. This caused Jiang Sui and the others to panic a bit. Even the Vermilion Bird army couldn't handle it and still had to mobilize so many people. General, how many people do we need to mobilize? Jiang Sui couldn't help but ask. The nearby cities were 200 to 300 miles away. If they were to mobilize troops, 3 days would be enough. But how many troops should they mobilize? They should at least leave some people to defend the city. Otherwise, there would be people who would take this opportunity to cause trouble. All of them, Suemo said expressionlessly. In fact, it wasn't just here. At almost the same time, more than 10 cities in the imperial court were being attacked by the stone-armored people. It was just that the situation in Stone Town was the most serious, so Suemo quickly came after receiving the order. Jiang Sui didn't dare to disobey. Now that the crown prince was in charge of the imperial court, he probably wanted to quickly resolve this matter to establish his image and merit. In the stone forest, there were many people who managed to escape into the forest, but they weren't completely out of danger. There were still many wandering stone-armored people chasing after them. The people of the Yun family could only hide and hide. These stone-armored people can determine our location based on the vibrations. Everyone, hide in the water, Yun Fengqi said. Everyone quickly dived into the river and hid in the water. They didn't dare to move around as they trembled. Patriarch, should we kill our way out under the cover of the night? The Yun family had lost so many people today. They couldn't wait to destroy these stone-armored people, but unfortunately, they weren't strong enough. Right now, they had to hide in the water and tremble. If they continued to stay in the water like this, it wasn't a solution. They could only survive if they killed their way out. No, these stone-armored people have been completely activated. They will lead the army into battle, and their goal was to take human lives.